and go by faith and mercy without any type of order, laws and judgment. So when you see the brothers on the streets and we going hard to tell our people get in order and get back to the laws of Moses, which are really the laws of God, right? When you see our people going hard, right, to get our people back to the laws of Moses, which is really the laws of God, it's just us trying to maintain a balance because for hundreds of years, that's all our people learned about was grace, mercy, and meekness. So if brothers been on the streets, right, for the past, I would say like, you know, men been on the streets, teaching for years, countless years. I would say, the movement, it happened around the same time the fake Jews started occupying our holy land. So I'll say like around 60 years, the movement started. It really took a big jump in I would say the early 90s. And then, COINTELPRO tried to sabotage it. But then now in the past, I would say 10 years, it exploded again because the Most High God will not be stopped. This is the only movement that the COINTELPRO did not stop, right? And let's say I'll give the movement, you know, even though it's been, going down since the days of Nat Turner, you can say, but I'll give the movement, I would say like around 50, 60 years. And that was really at the forefront where society can't hide it anymore, right? People know who we are, right? There's an Israelite camp in just about every state, or almost every state. There's an Israelite camp in different countries, different places. So it's hard for the media that's controlled by the enemy to hide it anymore. But even if you say like we've been doing this for 60 years, it still has nothing compared to the stronghold Christianity has on our people. That false Christianity of the Antichrist, because that's been forced upon our people for like a good 500 years now. I'll round it off and say around 500 years, the fake Christianity has been forced upon our people. That doctrine of devils, which eliminates the laws of God and the order and structure that God presented to His chosen people. So, if you see brothers going hard on the corner and they directing the people to the law continually, that's only because that they're trying to bridge that gap, that 500-year gap that our people spent without no laws, statutes, and commandments. Con?
God, and Shalom, Elder Torah, Shalom.
Hey, Shalom, Elder Torah.
God, um, yeah, the Elder probably tied up, but I'm definitely on with you with this truth. I see this standing strong, right? If it be the Most High will till the end of this thing, because like you said, every other type of religion that has been brought up has been broken and fallen apart, or any type of movement that has been brought to our people has always been infiltrated, by the government and brought down because a lot of them were not in strong foundation, you know, because what are they going to hold us for? You know what I mean? If you really think about it, all we doing is teaching the Bible. And this is why when we out here in the streets, we always stick to that. You know, everything is thus said the Lord, thus said the Holy Bible. These are not our own words, not our own thoughts. A lot of what we read that condemns this nation is playing on tables under the Bible. You know, so yeah, it is going to take a lot because we know through the prophecies that they're going to do it. You know, that's basically what's going to kick off. You know, the famine of the word and other prophecies that are going to come to fruition that will cause believers not to go out and teach the word anymore, and just certain persecution being placed on us unjustly. All right. So it's going to take that, and it's going to take those times for that to come forth. You understand? Right now, it's not heavy enough for them. You know, of course, they're paying attention to see what's going on. They're troubled by it. They hate it. They're monitoring things. But it hasn't got to the point or to the level where it's really showing them for who they truly are to the fullest extent. You know, and this is why we got to keep doing this work, waking up Jacob, and keep rebuking this wicked place for the for all the evil they've done on this earth. But I yield for now. Yeah, let me know if you need me to read or anything. I got you.
Shalom. Shalom, man.
Hey, shalom, elder. Yabba Shemya Shabbat.
Yabashim Yashabakta. Shalom. Yeah, it hasn't come to the extent that's gonna come when the power come, brother. Spiritual power come. Mosiah tells you in the book of Matthew, he says, promise, endure in Jerusalem until I give you power from high. You know, that level, brothers don't talk about that a lot, but when that level comes, that's gonna affect massive people. Tell you when the disciples, 5,000 people was added to disciples in one day. People got to see things also. Israel require a sign. Then when you start affecting this man's medical field on a level like that, where people are coming to you instead of coming to him to be healed, you see what I'm saying? Those are things that's going to cause a dramatic effect in the society. And it's definitely really going to be under attack when that comes, you know. But that goes with it. That gets us closer to the day when you see these things start happening. You know what I mean? But we gotta have faith and belief. A lot of brothers, they don't talk about that, but that's in the scriptures. Paul tells you believe in all things. That's in the word. You see what I'm saying? Yahweh Shah said greater things than you should do than himself. So, you gotta have faith that that's still coming. You gotta have belief and faith. And that's gonna be the dramatic thing that's really gonna shift this system, where they're gonna start coming at us. That I yield.
Khan, elder, Khan. Yeah, when
All
I was about to
praises.
say that. Oh, Slacky, can you go ahead?
Nah, this is all praises. Go ahead, King.
No, I was just going to say, just to add on to what the elder was bringing out, when Yahushua made that statement, people don't understand that that's a very powerful statement he was saying, right? There are greater things that we're going to be doing, right? All the generations to come further down, right? Than they were done during its own time. So, yeah, that faith is going to be on a different level. You know what I mean? That they say we don't have, right? But go ahead, Shawfar Salaki, can you go ahead?
Yeah, if we could get a reader on deck, that'd be what's up. Because I'm gonna start getting into these scriptures, and we're gonna talk about Israel. You know, if I could get a reader on deck, that'd be you know beautiful. It'd be positive for the ministry and for the works of the Most High God. If I could get a reader on deck, right? Make sure y'all continue to ping people to the room, right? Make sure y'all continue to share the room. We got 56 people in here, 25 shares. Let's get these shares up. Share the room because I really want to talk to these people today, man. I got a little time today. I got a business to handle like around 1 p.m. But right now it's 9 a.m. So we could get it in for a few hours, man. And I do also have other things I gotta do. Paperwork, filling out documents, but I can multitask. This is something I really want to get into today because man, there's a lot of things going on, man, that I want to touch upon. The the guy defending himself at the bodega, right? I want to talk about that. Um, I want to talk about the 161 um, children and minors, 161,000 children and minors that's crossing the border of Mexico, right, unaccompanied by parents. I want to talk about that. I want to talk about the prime minister of Europe retire having having to be forcibly retired, and the other prime minister of Japan being assassinated. All these things are going to be leading up to World War III. I want to talk about a lot of things this week, man. A lot of things happening, man. I want to talk about witchcraft and feminism amongst our nation. You know what I'm saying? There's a league of Christian witches that's rising. I want to talk about all that nonsense that's going on, and the basic things and folly that our people go through. There's a lot of topics I want to talk about, community wise. So, doctrine wise, I just want to talk about these topics today. So, y'all continue to ping people to the room, ping your favorite scoffers, ping everybody, damn it. Share the room, as
Hey,
much as y'all can.
Salakia. I know that we're going to be talking about the topics you brought up, which is great, right? But some of this stuff too are distraction. And it's good we're going to talk about it. But while all these were happening, the World Health Organization just voted on the fact that they're going to be able to just have rights where, so if there's some type of epidemic, they can just come and ask you to take like certain shots or become part of a process for the medical field. And if you refuse, right, they can forcibly basically arrest you guys for that. They just voted on that. I'm gonna get the article and put that up if that's okay with you,
Yeah,
Shao.
yeah, yeah. That's a good thing to talk about. And I do also want to talk about that. I want to talk about that. Talk about how Bill Gates is buying a bunch of farmland and a bunch of you know, food industry. Factories is burning up. A lot of cattle's dropping dead and certain things about that too. There's a lot going on. Yeah, but put that article up about how the World Health Organization is making those moves while a lot of our people is unprepared for these troubles to come. Yeah, you could throw that up there.
I got you, King. I'm about to put it up. Well, I got you on the reading for now. But if anybody else can read, that would be great because I'm not always available. Sometimes I gotta get away to work or to a project or something. But if anybody can help with the reading, that would be awesome. We always appreciate our readers. Appreciate everything you guys are doing. All right, put out here.
All right, so all right, let's start off like this, man. The first thing I want to talk about is how to understand Paul, right? How to understand Paul, and does Paul go against the Torah, right? Does Christ go against the Torah? That's the first subject I want to talk about. You know, you can say today's I'm gonna do a strong defense for the Torah today because I want to talk about, did Paul go against the Torah? Did Christ go against the Torah? Right? Is the quote unquote Jewish oral traditions, is that stronger than the Torah, or does it have more knowledge than the Torah? You know what I'm saying? Because your boy was over here in the HOI to the Child's Fly room the other night talking about foreskins in his teeth, and I definitely want to address that. Somebody ping him to the room. Somebody definitely get him in this room. Because I definitely would talk to him about his oral quote unquote traditions. You know what I'm talking about, right? I the
Yeah, God, that
your
crazy.
boy
Yeah, yeah,
your boy over here deep throat and baby penises.
yeah.
Disgusting.
He answered it probably. Oh yes, we practice that. Madness, man. But
Absolute madness.
Salaki, I'm gonna put the link up. Right, you have to click on the IOAI report. Salaki, let me see. All right, it's called the IOAC Salaki report. All right. You see the article, you got to scroll down, click on that. It's a PDF file and it shows you a whole bunch of information on that. But I yield. Make sure you click on that. That's where the report is. All right. Go ahead, King.
Con. All right. So let's establish one thing first. Peter, right? Christ established Peter as the rock of the church, right? So let's establish that first. Let me get Bubba Kashaw. Let me get Matthew 16 and 13 out. Let me get that right quick.
Matthew 16 and 13.
Con.
When Jesus came into the coast of Caesarea Philippi, he asked his disciples, saying, whom do men say that I, the Son of Man, I am? And they said, some say that thou art John the Baptist, some Elias, and others Jeremiah, or
So
one of
so this is them trying to guess who your Hawashai is, right? So your Hawashai, he's establishing certain things right now. This is a teaching of Christ. So y'all pay attention. Read on.
God, or one of the prophets. He said unto them, but whom say ye that I am? And Simon Peter answered and said, thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God.
Right? So Peter, he got it absolutely correct that he is the Christ, right? There were different anointed saviors throughout the scriptures like Samson, Moses, Gideon, what I'm saying? Different anointed saviors throughout the scriptures, every time the children of Israel would foolishly lead themselves into captivity and the most high God punished them, he will also raise up a deliverer. But this one is the Christ, the one that's going to bring salvation forever. Right? Read on.
God.
Uh,
And Jesus
Salaki,
answered,
yeah, go ahead.
Salaki, go ahead, Elder.
But Salaki, I just wanted to add what Shaul Paul's bringing out. It's very important because if you really analyze it, what he's saying that the Father revealed that wasn't man, but the Father from heaven revealed that to Peter, showing you that what I mean. This is spiritual. The Most High Himself really let Peter see who Yahweh Shai was because a lot of people they didn't know. They wasn't in the spirit to see that. And that's what Yahweh Shai is saying that. And he's saying that man himself, but only the Most High had to reveal this to you. So that's deep when you analyze that scripture. Go ahead, Sharpa.
Con. Yeah. Right. This is why Peter became the rock of the church because the Most High God chose him to be the rock of the church. Right, and revealed certain things to him. Read on.
God. Verse 17. And Jesus answered and said unto him, blessed art thou, Simon, Barjona, for flesh and blood had not revealed it unto thee, but my Father which is in heaven.
But who?
But my Father which is in heaven.
Right. Come on.
And I say also unto thee that thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it.
You see that? He said, "Yo, you Peter, you are my rock, and upon you will I build this church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against you, man." So this is strong, man. Like a lot of people, they leave out the position of Peter, right? And this is taking nothing away from Paul, because Paul became the chiefest apostle, spreading the gospel all over the world. But let's not forget the position of Peter, right? He's the strong fortress against Satan and all his power. Read that part one more time, out.
God. And I say also unto thee, that thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it.
Right, and the forces of hell should not prevail against you, man. Read on.
God. And I will give unto thee the key of the kingdom of heaven, and whatsoever thou bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and
You see
whatsoever,
that?
God,
Whatever Peter bound on earth, he says to be bound in heaven. That's powerful. Who else did Yahweh Shai get this? Because remember, Yahweh Shai got the power from Yahweh. So this is direct power that Yahweh Shai received from the Father, who's the most high God, and there's nothing above him. Right? There's the power that Yahweh Shai received from Yahweh, and now he's given Peter the key. And whatever Peter bounds in earth is in heaven. Khan?
God.
Come, but yeah, and that's deep, shower, Paul. But that comes with a cost. When you read it down, Yahweh Shai said, "I pray for thee, for Satan desires thee." So, being when Yahweh Shai gave Peter that rock and made him, Satan also knew that and was going to come at him stronger. You see, so it's a battle to everything,
God,
And when you read it, and that's exactly what he did. He came at him strong. He said, "Satan desires thee, so I pray for thee." You know, so it's a battle for everything, man. It don't come easy. Like they say, you pay to be the boss.
Right, right. Heavy is the crown of the king. Hey, Shalom, y'all, y'all, Bashim, Shabrakatah.
Shalom Akim, Yabashim Yashabakatam. Y'all doing all
oh,
right?
God, Shalom,
Khan, King.
Shalom,
Another,
Priest Terah.
another week of Babylon, King. You already know.
God,
Khan.
How you feeling, King? You great?
Yeah, over here slaving, getting this, cleaning up after Eve. We got the Airbnb. We take care of. They dog the spot, man. It's dirty in here.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes our people are lacking order. You know what I'm saying? That's another reason why I opened up this room. Just so our people know that we spent years in the faith, right? Even in the ignorance we were in the philosophies and doctrines of Christianity and other, whatever doctrines our oppressors had us under, worshiping wood and stone. We always had faith, right? But we never had the order and structure. So to this very day, our people lack order. So when we get accused as ministers of this gospel of talking law, it's only because our people need that order, because that's what they really been missing this whole time. You get what I'm saying, y'all all?
Khan. I had got up early and I was over in that other room and there was some peaceful brothers and then the scoffers came in there, of course, making it contentious. And it's exactly what you're talking about, man. It's, we have no order. Like we don't even know how to treat each other. We don't. We see each other as like stepping stools or ladders, man, to get to the next level. We don't know how to deal with our own brothers, man. It's crazy out
hey, Shah Paul, just to your point, right? It's just like when you diagnose someone with a certain type of illness, right? And we can see plainly right? On a daily basis, the disorder that is plaguing our people, right? The medicine that they need is law and order, man. That's what we need to be teaching them, right? That's extremely important. It's just like Yahweh just said, man. You know, it's crazy. You go in some of these rooms, it's just crazy. You look like them, can't teach them nothing. They don't care about what you got to say, right? They're on attack mode, right? The truth don't matter anymore. They will bypass that just to attack what you bringing out, even though you're coming out the scriptures or you're bringing up facts in regards to your premise, right? This is madness, man. You know, they still want the Christianity Kool-Aid, you know, sweet things, smooth things. They don't want no type of harsh medicine at all, man. Anything bitter, well, they see it as bitter, you know. They don't want to deal with it, man. But all praises.
Con. And going back to to the scripture, this is what Yahweh Shai is setting up. He's setting up order. He's making Peter the rock of the church, right? And he's telling Peter, I'm present you with the key to the key to heaven, but then like also what Elder Torah brings out, he said, also that means that like it says in Sirach, chapter 2, you got to prepare your soul for temptation because the more you want to bring order is the more Shaitan is going to want to bring chaos. So we definitely got to talk about that. But go back to the scripture. I can read that out.
Yeah, I got you. Hey, Paul, Shalom, King.
Shalom, shalom. If y'all need a reader, I got you.
All right, I'll finish this
All
out, then you can
praises.
take over, okay? And the water for coming up, man. Appreciate you. All right, so Khan, I'm just going to continue 20. Then charged he his disciples that they should tell no man that he was Jesus the Christ. From that time forth began Jesus to shew unto his disciples how that he must go unto Jerusalem and suffer many things of the elders and chief priests and scribes, and be killed and be raised again the third day.
You see that? So Christ knew that he was going to be killed and raised again on the third day, right? Christ said like Jonah spent 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the beast, so must he spend 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the earth, right? So this is things that is known to Christ, and this is all prophecy that he had to come and be our ultimate atonement for sins. You know what I'm saying? Since the world began, right? But this is him establishing who he is, who Peter is, and who the disciples are before all this happens. Right? Read on.
God. Then Peter took him and began to rebuke him, saying, Be it far from thee, Lord, this shall not be unto thee. But he turned and said unto Peter, Get thee behind me, Satan, thou art an offense unto me, for thou sufferest no slackest, thou sufferest not the things that be of God, but those that be of men.
Right? So Christ just made Peter the rock, right? And told him he gave the key to heaven. But now he turns around and calls him Satan and rebukes him. Y'all know why? Because Peter got his emotions and he wanted to uplift Yahweh Shai to the point where like he don't want nothing to happen to him. You understand? He tried to put Yahweh Shai over the prophecy that Yahweh set up. And we know in Exodus it says thou shalt have no other gods before me. So he tried to, lift Yahweh Shai up to the point where he ain't want nothing to happen to Yahweh Shai when Yahweh Shai just told him, it's meant for me to die. But Peter, getting his in emotions because that's his leader, that's his friend. You understand? That's basically, his hero. It's basically his hero. You know what I'm saying? And us, Us as men, especially when we were younger, man, you never want to see nothing bad happen to your hero. I mean, to this very day, I guarantee a dude to have a heart attack if LeBron break his ankle. You know what I'm saying?
Salakia,
Right.
Salakia, real quick, Sean Paul. In a weird kind of way, that's kind of what these Christian churches are teaching. And all of these other philosophies, a lot of it is to stop the prophecies, and that was what Yahushua rebuked Peter for. Obviously, you're touching on that. You know what I mean? Anytime you got somebody teaching anything that is out of order, that is against prophecy, that is against the scripture, that's Satan. Okay, that's the devil. You understand? This is why when we deal with certain people, they come up here and they try to be deceptive in certain things. I'm very quick to call them out on that. You know, especially when it's scriptures we're dealing with, you both can understand what it's saying. You understand? So anything that would disrupt prophecy or the scriptures or go against the words of God, you should be rebuking in a heartbeat. But I yield slack.
Yeah, absolutely, King. You know what I'm saying? The prophecies, what is written, what the Most High God has written already, we can't break. The scriptures cannot be broken, right? Yeah, how Shai said that himself. The scriptures cannot be broken. The prophecies must come to pass. That's why we had to go on those slave ships. This is why today has to be Sodom and Gomorrah. This is why in the future the heathen have to go into slavery Be- because it's written in His prophecy. And the Most High God said these scriptures cannot be broken. Khan? Yeah, read on that just a little bit more, King.
Then said Jesus unto his disciples, if any man will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross and follow me. For whosoever will save his life shall lose it, and whosoever will lose his life for my sake shall find it.
Absolutely, man. That's the slogan. You heard? Right? That's what every man should be ready to do. Be ready to pick up that cross and hold that burden. If you ain't ready for that, man, just go sit your ass down and hide in a corner, right?
God, Salaki, that's like what Jake say. You gotta go all out. You gotta be willing to go all out. That's what Yahushua was saying. And when you go all out, you're gonna find out that you're gonna gain your life when you willing. Remember, Peter told him, "I'm ready to go to death and prison with you." But at that time, Peter wasn't ready. He was acting like he was ready, but he still wasn't built up in the spirit. But that's what I'm saying. You got to be willing to go all out for this, Father. And that's when you're gonna receive your crown, when you got that mindset.
Khan, absolutely, absolutely, y'all. I read on that.
God, for what is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul?
Right. So this is Yahweh Shai teaching a valuable lesson that our people still don't get, because our people would rather gain the world right now and lose their soul. To be honest, that's the mind state of a lot of our people, right? But that's all I wanted to get on that, right? So you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans understand that Christ, he set up a position for Peter, right? In a position for the disciples, but he made Peter the rock of the church. So let's see what Peter has to say about our beloved brother Paul. So Paul, you ready to read, King? You on deck?
Khan, I got you. What you want to 2 Peter 2:15?
Absolutely, King. You already know.
Got you.
Real quick, Aksalakia, before you read that, brother. That last verse, that was heavy. Also, all the scriptures is a jewel in there, because Yahweh Shai is telling you, man, when you lose your soul, you lose your integrity, your dignity, everything about you. You see what I'm saying? your spirit, your soul, to sell your riches for money. This is why you get this depression that's coming on the people. This is why these people are at that mindset. And you see why all these people got all this money, but they still depressed. That's what it is. They've lost their soul. Mike Tyson told you when he got $300 million, that was the worst time of his life. He was at the most depression. In Revelation 3 and 17, it tells you that, say not that I'm rich and know that you're not in misery. So, that's what Yahweh Shah was alluding to when he said, was the profit of man to gain the world, but lose his soul, lose his dignity, lose his spirit, lose every type of integrity that he got for that money. And that's going to bring depression. You think these cats is happy? P. Diddy and all these cats, now they have sold their soul to get what they want. And it's heavy. You see what I'm saying? That's all I wanted to bring out. Go ahead,
Even Salakia elder, even these crackers, man. Even these Edomite devils, man. If you look at what's his name, I think his name was I forgot that cracker that played in the first Jumanji. I think his name is Robin Williams or something like that.
Yeah, Robin
Con.
Williams. I was about
Miss
to say that. Yeah, he committed
Miss D-
suicide.
yeah, Miss Doubtfire. You might have thought that was the happiest cracker in the world, but that fame and fortune really had him depressed. Committed suicide, man. So
God,
yeah,
Mark and Midney back in the days. God,
yeah, you could have swore that cracker right there was the happiest damn honky in the damn world. Big old smile, jumping around, flipping all over the damn place.
He was
Right?
wrong.
What you say, Ari?
I said he was always doing that, making fawns and making weird faces and dancing all over the place.
Yeah, come man. If it be the Most High as well, man, the kingdom, he would definitely be brother's number one source of entertainment. But man, that cracker was depressed. He committed suicide. So that's just to show you that, the fortunes of this world, it don't really matter like that. It don't satisfy you at the end of the day. But yeah, let's get back to the subject matter and how can we understand Paul. So let's read that out. Let's get Second Peter's,
Three and
chapter 2 verse
it's 3:15. Salaki.
yeah
Yep.
3:15.
Yep. 2 Peter 3:15. An account that the long suffering of our Lord is salvation, even as our beloved brother Paul is, according to the wisdom given unto him, hath written unto you.
So there's wisdom that Paul was given, right? Just like Yahweh Shai said, the Most High revealed certain things to Peter. The Most High also revealed a lot of things to Paul, right? So there's wisdom given unto Paul that a lot of people don't comprehend, understand, and I'm seeing right now, even in the truth, people don't really still comprehend or understand Paul to the furthest extent, right? Or how they should understand him, right? Read on.
Verse 16. As also in all his epistles, making in them of these things, in which are some things hard to be understood.
So certain things in Paul's letters is hard to be understood, right? Certain things in Paul's letters is hard to understand. And don't think you're just gonna understand Paul like you're just gonna pick up a Bible and understand Paul. It's not that easy. It's not like learning the alphabet. And then it took a lot of years for even a child to learn the alphabet, right? When you really want to understand Paul, you got to have a grips of time, history, placement. You understand the Torah, right? The prophecies. You get to understand Paul. You got to understand all those things. I always tell people the three things that's the hardest to understand the Bible is the first six chapters in Genesis, right? The book of Numbers, the writings of Paul, and the book of Revelations. Those things are hard to understand if you're a novice, and you should seek guidance. You should seek guidance, period. But especially when it comes to those things, you should definitely seek guidance.
Yeah, yo, well, those are the very first books they want to jump right into.
Right. They want to do a damn backflip somersault like they jumping into the damn deep end of a pool, man.
They
Right?
want the deep
Hey,
scriptures out.
hey, Shaw Paul, what made you make this room?
I just seen a lot of things going on throughout the week last week, and I said I'm gonna smack them around, or I'm gonna tackle it. You know what I'm saying on Monday. Why you been noticing certain things, King?
Yeah, I mean, brothers don't care about the nation. They're not concerned with the situation that blacks, Native Americans, and Hispanics are in. They don't care. They want to talk about doctrine, shower bar. They want to talk about damn fallen angels and
God,
Satan's spirits and is the earth flat? Is there water out there? They want to talk about all that more than they want to talk about this nation, man. Uh, I had this article that I was reading from, because the elder priest Abad, priest Torah, they always coming out of a newspaper or something, right? So I'll be doing that sometime, right? I found this newspaper. I'm not lying. It's this lady. She was the aide of Donald Trump, right? She worked with him, and she confessed everything this dude was doing while he was president. This guy, and you got black people saying that they want Trump to come back because they mad about gas prices. Like this guy was throwing dishes at the wall when he was mad. He would like push all the food off the table in the White House. He knew people had guns and knives when they were storming the Capitol, and he was choking his driver so that he could stop the car so he could get out and be with them. Yo, this is the dude. Like, these are the people that are running your country. And I think we the only brothers that care about that. But everybody hates us. Like we the only ones that's really focused on like what's really going on, man. Niggas ain't teaching Paul to understand Paul. They just want to be weird. Like they trying to get away from keeping these commandments, and they just want to argue for argument's sake. That's what I be seeing now.
Khan King. They definitely just want to be weird and satisfy their own belly. You know what I'm saying? Because you're right. Like our people don't give a damn. That's why I said I want to tackle this today because there's a lot of things I want to talk about, King. Like you heard about what happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma?
Come on, recently?
Yeah.
Now what happened?
The sister was assassinated out there. Her and her husband was murdered. I think because she was like the president or governor or something of Tulsa, Oklahoma. She was trying to seek reparations,
Hmm.
and they killed her and her husband. She died on the spot, and her husband survived, but mysteriously died in the hospital.
Hmm. That's how they be doing this, man. That's how they be doing. And it's always gonna be that way. I seen brothers did get mad this weekend, Shower Park. They went to the nursing home of the white lady who got Emmett Till killed. They went to her nursing home and they was like protesting against this old lady in a wheelchair, man. Like my people are crazy, man. Like, but at least they mad. I guess.
God, right? To get something out of Israel, like some type of compassion for each other, is like pulling teeth. But even that, man, it goes away within a week. But we gonna tackle these scriptures about Paul, and then we can definitely get into more current events. You've seen the article above that I reposted. This is something that's gonna affect all of us. You know what I'm saying? And we definitely could get on topics like that. But like you said, a lot of people just want to push weird ass doctrines. They don't really care what's going on with our people. This is why I always love the fact that Elder Tarah, Elder Zabak would pull out news articles and talk about what's going on with our people, and how that does relate to the scriptures, because the Bible's a living book. But a lot of people don't really care about that. They just say, man, let me know some doctrine so I could go around and push them, and show everybody how smart I am. But let's get back to the subject matter. Read that in Second Peter for me one more time, King.
I'm gonna start from the top in 15. 2 Peter 3 and 15, an account that the long suffering of our Lord is salvation, even as our beloved brother Paul also according to the wisdom given unto him hath written unto you, as also in all his epistles, speaking in them of these things, in which are some things hard to be understood, which they that are unlearned and unstable rest, as they do also in other scriptures unto their own destruction.
See, the unstable and unlearned, they're gonna wrestle with these scriptures from Paul. They're gonna wrestle and create doctrines, and create philosophies, right? Even Tamario, even Tamario, off ass coon, that loves the Greeks, he pulls from Paul. And this is nothing against Paul, because Paul is one of my favorite writers. You know what I'm saying? If you really get the time to learn exactly what he's saying is ill, and there's a lot of wisdom in his letters that he writes to these different churches that we still go through right now. Especially if you're the leader of a congregation, you can get a lot of wisdom from Paul, a lot of wisdom out of Sirach. You know what I'm saying? Those two writers right there, you get a lot of wisdom out of them, especially if you lead in a congregation. You know, but the writings of Paul are hard to understand if you don't know how to understand them. There's no way I didn't learn the format on how to put together this refrigerator, but I would think it's just easy as making a damn cardboard box and throwing an ice cube inside of there. Nah, it's not that simple, right? Y'all people want to jump right into the letters of Paul, but to even understand Paul, you got to know the law, right? So Paul explains that to you. Let's get Romans 7:1, King. Paul explains this to you. You don't understand. You're not gonna understand them if you don't know the law.
It's the book of Romans, chapter 7 and verse 1. Know ye not, brethren, for I speak to them that know the law, how that the law hath dominion over a man as long as he liveth.
So Paul is speaking to you that know the law. When I first seen that verse, when I heard it, being brought out at camp, and then I looked it up myself. What I'm saying, I paused the video because I was watching the video, and then I looked it up myself. And Paul said, "I speak to them that know the law." I thought to myself, like, do I know the law? I don't. So how am I gonna really understand what Paul is talking about if I don't know where he's referencing from? If I don't know from where he's pulling from, right? It's like somebody talking about a movie, and then I say something like, "Hasta la vista, baby." You don't know I'm talking about the Terminator. You know what I'm saying? If I say a slogan like, "If you smell," you don't know I'm talking about The Rock from wrestling. So there's certain things that Paul is talking about, certain things Paul is saying that you can only know if you study the law and the prophets. Khan?
Ah,
God, and that's another thing. I was over there in this other room this morning, while I was working. I'm in this room with, you know, these guys, these clout chasing cats, man. And then nobody want to just discuss the scriptures. They see me in there, they see other Israelite brothers in there. They like, oh, we got to make a name for ourselves. So they start to scoffing. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. They scoffing, yo. It's like, it's annoying, man. But they was trying to say that it's a such thing as like fallen angels. And I was trying to explain to them, like, if you know the law, you can't believe in that. And they went to Paul, First Corinthians, and they tried to use something that Paul said, know ye not that you shall judge the angels. So they was like, well, who's these angels that we judging? And blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, look at what Paul said. He said, know ye not. When Paul is talking, he's talking to people that know the law. So if we supposed to judge rebellious angels and they supposed to already know it, where is that written at? And they got mad. You know, they never thought about it like that. But that's pretty much what Shaul Paul is saying. Like not most, all of Paul's conversation is directed towards people who are nice in the scriptures. Like they understand Moses' law perfect. Like they deep with that, the history and all of that. So to take as a novice, for you to open up Paul's letters and you haven't studied the things that he's talking about, you're not gonna understand what he's saying. It's no way. And that's pretty much where most Christians begin. They start in Paul's letters, but it's no way you can understand what's going on if you haven't taken the time to study the law. And then once you do that, Paul becomes really easy to understand.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, but they don't want to go through that process. And even Paul makes that statement and always refers to that, right? That's where he's drawing his wisdom from, is from the law, right? Because when we judge any matter, which Paul was doing in his writings, in his epistles, you draw it from the law. You know what I mean? So, yeah, but people just don't want to study that part. That's too boring. It's too repetitive. It's all the law, the law, the law. You know, um, Paul was a master at it. That's how much he loved studying it. If Paul loved studying the law, who are you to come and want to make any changes to that, or say that you don't care about studying that? You know, so, but yeah, drew from the law and the prophets before him, because that's what they had.
Of course. Hey, how y'all feel about that? No, oh, my fault. Go ahead, Shopper.
Nah, go ahead, King.
How y'all feel about that blitz the church? You know, IUIC started running down on Creflo and all of them. So now the Christians is running back down on camps. I personally, I would like to see it. It's been a long time since EJ Love and them came down to camp with their megaphones trying the spirit. So I'm actually happy. But how do brothers feel about that? Christians now is running down on camps like trying to get their get back.
Yeah, I hope they do. I hope they run down. I hope they come to 5 points and run down. I hope they come to all the camps and try to run down so they can get
God,
this work.
I wish they would. It seemed like they've been running from us for the last couple of years. There was no smoke. Clubhouse, the only place they willing to deal with us. They don't come out in the street no more, get that Bible and try to battle with the scripts no more. That's over with. It used to be all the time they used to try that. It's different now. But hey, I hope they do. Because that's the fastest way you're going to learn the scriptures is
God,
bring forth your strong reasoning and let's see if it's right. You know what I mean? Let's see. That's my attitude. Let's see. You say you know the precepts, you know the scripts. Okay, good. Let's see. You know what I mean?
God,
Con. And I'm glad, man. They finally try to retaliate, man. When we ran down on Brooklyn Tabernacles, they just called the cops on us.
I just call the police, man. Yo, these niggas, man. He's call the feds on you.
Hey yo,
Come get these
Gino,
guys.
Pastor Gino was the last one they pulled up on that. That fool did not come out. And they actually showed on his live recording, he was warning his congregation. He said, avoid them. He said, do not say nothing. He said, don't bring shame on this church. Talking to any of
Wow.
them like that. Yeah, you gotta see it. I watched it. It was ridiculous.
And
He
He
did
Gino
said,
not
be
don't
come.
bring
talking
shame.
wild crazy. Gino be talking wild crazy like he want the smoke too. I'm surprised at that.
That
God,
nigga don't want no smoke. He don't want no smoke at all.
he
Hell
ran
no.
like a puppy with his tail between his legs, but did not come out.
See, look, man, it's a lot of money to be made in this preaching the word because our people, they want the word, they want the understanding, but at the end of the day, the reality is the scriptures is saying something, and either you teaching it right or you teaching it wrong. You know what I mean? And you're gonna find in these last days that your friendly neighborhood Israelite, we've been teaching it right. We've been instructing you the right way. Unfortunately, the church has been lying to you, and they've been doing that because you want to believe that. The scriptures say, "Prophesy to us deceits, prophesy to us smooth things." That's what you really want to hear. But the Bible ain't a smooth book, man. It's a lot of judgment in there. It's a lot of bitter doses. You got to take the bitter pill.
It's
But at the
scary.
end of the day, you get life. Yeah, it's scary. But look, if they listen, Shaw Paul, they end up getting life. If they obedient, ain't that the point?
Everybody should want their crown.
Mm-hmm.
It usually is in the beginning. It's scary because the thought of you changing from a certain type of lifestyle and how you've always lived for so long to this new thing, that concept itself is scary. But I just think that some people just love living in all that wickedness, man. That's just what I really think, right? But some people are genuinely scared to actually go through that change, you know. But but once you get into it, man, it's a beautiful lifestyle because you know you are living the way you're supposed to be living and you've been called to live according to the scripture. You know who you are. Because, these pastors don't tell our people who they are, man. You know,
No, no, they do not, and they don't believe it. It's to them, it's crazy to think that you are Israelite. That's like what? How? And really, that's just that syndrome of I'm never gonna be nothing. I'm just a nigger. That's really what
uh,
it is. Because really, what beef do they have with us teaching that they should be looking for a reason to find out if they're Israelite or not? They should be happy to discover that. But it's like they totally against that. Like, how dare you say that? I'm not chosen. I'm just a Gentile. That's the spirit they be in, man. It's weird. It's really weird.
There's too
but
much responsibility in being an Israelite.
Why you say that?
There's too much responsibility in being an Israelite. There's like, okay, so I'm the one that really supposed to run things. I can't just blame it
uh,
all on the white man. I can't just blame it all on me not being shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Actually, I can't I can't just lean back and do nothing. Right?
Yeah.
I got to be responsible for something. I got to be accountable for something. I'm not sure if
hmm
I could do that. I'm not sure if I want to do that.
That sounds like too much work. That sounds like way too much work. But at the end of the day, that's what you want. You want to be in rulership. You never you never had your chance, black man. Every other nation had their chance, man. Everybody had their time. The heathens got their time right now. They got their own nations, their own countries. They're doing their thing. It's you. You the only one that's just a bum. Like on the world stage, you just a bum, yo. You somebody that people could make money off. They don't get money with you. Nobody want to help you. Period. You know what I'm saying? Even these rappers, man. Only reason you get in these deals is because there's so much more money that could be made off you. So it's really no glory. You've never felt no type of glory. So what's the problem? What's holding you back? Just coming to the truth. Accept the fact that you the top nation. You got the best genetics. You know what I'm saying? The most beautiful women. All right, you got the beautiful melanated skin. Just come into the nation and be what you're supposed to be. I don't understand what's the big deal.
It's
Yeah, like Sean Paul said, man, it's too much work. Let white Zaddy take care of everything. That's the problem too. They look at it like all this infrastructure, everything has been established. Why do I need to do anything to disrupt that? Right? That's their mentality. Why break? Why fix something that is not broken? That's the mindset that they're thinking, but not understanding that they're the one that should be in bullshit, right? They should desire to be in that place because that's their position as an Israelite. But again, you can't tell our people that. A lot of times they don't want to deal with that. They say, hey, I'm living comfortable. I got my house, got my family, I got my car, got my job. I'm good. I don't need anything more. But it's more to life, and it's more that the Most High has called for you than just living that simple, basic life that you're living. You know, um, and I think a lot of it too is, people just want to live their own life, and that's it. They don't care about the generations to come. They don't care about the future. They just want to live their own life. That, selfish mentality, that's big in the nation too. And that definitely got to stop. We got to stop thinking that way. We got to start thinking more as a whole, not on an individual basis too. So, but yeah, yeah.
let's get uh let's get Deuteronomy 10 and 12, because this is why people try to run from. I try to run from the requirements. Read that for me, King.
It's the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 10 and verse 12. And now, Israel, what doth the Lord thy God require of you, but to fear the Lord thy God, and to walk in all his ways, and to love him, and to serve the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul.
Right? And that to them, that's too much. To them, that's doing the most. Right? Just to do that. That's the requirement of Israel. To love the Most High God, to fear the Most High God, to serve the Most High God. If we would just only focus on those three things, we'd be much better off as a nation. This earth would be much better off as a planet. You know what I'm saying? If we will only focus on these things. We have the power in our hands to turn the tide of existence. Reality as you know it can change if we change ourselves. That type of power and responsibility, right? What the scriptures say, much is given, much is required. What Spider-Man says, with great power comes great responsibility. That kind of responsibility, that kind of, you know, that kind of power to our people, they look at it as a burden. They feel like, just, God love me regardless. That's what they want God to do. But that's not true. The Most High God requires something of you. And that'd be a lot for our people to digest. It'd be a lot for them to digest that. What they say is it's a tough pill to swallow. The fact that God requires something of you. The antichrist religion of Christianity, of modern day Christianity, they tell you that God has no requirements. You could come as you are. And I've yet to see a scripture that says that. Y'all were all. You know what I'm saying? I know you're a well studied man. Have you seen the scripture that says come as you are?
I never seen that precept. I seen repent and believe the gospel. I seen wash you, make you clean, right? I've seen turn away from your sins. I've seen turn away from your vomit and don't go back to it. But I've never seen come as you are and stay that way. And really, when people saying come as you are, what they really saying is, I'm a homosexual, I want to stay that. I like that. God understands me. He made me like this. Now you charging God with folly. He made me like this. It's just lazy. It's a lot of work to become a spiritual person. It's a lot of work to repent and become godly. You know what I'm saying? You have to put, what does it say? Put the former man, you got to kill him. You got to kill the old man. The old man is your former self, like the stuff that you used to do. The Bible calls for you to kill that guy. You know, that's heavy, man. You got to change. You got to become a new person. You know, and I think a lot of people on this app is avoiding that too. All these biblical scholar guys, they claiming to be so deep in the scriptures, but are they ever teaching you a message of repentance? They always talk like this. I know all that already, but we want to talk about these Gentiles here in the book of Acts. Like, bro, you know all what already? Because our people don't know that. Our people do not know they have to keep the commandments, how to conduct themselves, any of that. They really don't know. And I would say that's the most important thing that we need to be talking
It's what's required of them. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to talk about what's required of them.
about. Exactly. You think the Most High cares how good you can break down saving the other nations? Because that's what these brothers is experts at. They are experts on the doctrine of the heathen can be saved too. A lot of these guys only became Bible scholars to argue that point. For real. They didn't care about the scripts until they heard us teaching that salvation is only for Israel. And they were like, what? Niggas flipped their table over like Trump. What? Salvation only for you niggas. What? And then they started reading the Greek and looking in the Strongs and watching videos. Now they want to be Bible scholars. But really, they only motivation is to save the other nations. They the perfect slaves. They justify their slave master even when he's not around. And what we teaching is for you to wake up and come out of that, to be a new creature, to be holy again, and to value your own people like all the other nations do. You know what I'm saying? What's crazy is we say this all the time. You could see a poor, impoverished white boy, and he still thinks he's better than you. A bum, a dirty, stinking Edomite.
Right.
What? He thinks he's better than you, and he's poor. This week we got in a fight at camp. We got in a fight with all the guys in the park that was getting like free food in the park. We got in a fight. But ask me why we got in a fight. Like it ended up getting bad. The cops had to come. We're gonna put it on our Patreon. And Shopper, I'll send it to you. I'll send you the video of it because,
Yeah, send it to me, and if it's really smoke, let me know because I'll come up there. I'll be the first person at camp out.
bro, ask us why we got in a fight because there was a dirty, dusty, impoverished, finished Edomite on the ground, no shoes on, stink, talking to himself. And Canol, camp is over, and Canol walks past him and goes, "Damn, this nigga stink." And he like moved out of the way. He didn't say nothing to him. He didn't touch him. He just was like, damn, this nigga stinks like piss. Like he just walked around him. So we over there talking to a brother, answering after camp questions, and Eve, pregnant Eve, gets up and comes over and says, "Y'all niggas, man, y'all talking about that white man. He ain't do nothing to y'all." We don't know what's going on. We turn and look and go, "What? Like, what are you talking about? Y'all not gonna sit over here and disrespect that white man." That's all she kept saying. Now, see, our people are bulldogs for Esau. So I'm confounded. I'm like, yo, who said anything to any white man? We not. What are you talking about? No, come you bullying this white man? You talking shit about this white man? And we like, yo, what the hell are you talking about? Pregnant Eve rushes us. So now brothers is up in arms because it's like a checkmate. It's like she's pregnant. If we let her touch us, she could like scratch us or do anything. But if we handle her, we're putting our hands on a pregnant woman. Like it's like, damn, we automatically lose, right? So because the Israelites, we got to think for the people that's disrespecting us. We got to think for them too. So while we trying to figure that out, fake thug Jake comes over. Who talking to my baby mama? I get the ratchet for one of you niggas. Like, these are hungry people that are being fed free food in the park talking like this. So we like, yo, what? So now the camp up in arms, right? We about to scrap. Pregnant Eve swings at Eliel, chips Eliel, Shalpar, chips him. I mean, a decent one hits Eliel. Eliel bugs out. We trying to take the anger out on the dude because we can't deal with the woman. She falls in the dirt with
She
a.
definitely hit the wrong one. Elio cannot keep his reign sometimes.
No, he gets upset. So she falls in the dirt. She got pushed down. Now a pregnant woman falls down. Here comes 50 bumites. I know y'all ain't no pregnant woman. Yo, all of it. But what is the root of the fight, Sharpar? Saving the damn white man. A bumite, dusty, impoverished, finished Edomite too. I'm talking about like, hey, this nigga's done. But that's what we good at. We're good at defending that devil and turning against each other to do so. When we're actually the people in the park that we love the nation. That's why we there. So that's just an example of basically what I'm trying to explain is how we love the other nations so much we disrespect each other. And that's a spirit. That's a true spirit. And most of these guys on this app that's teaching the scriptures, they have that spirit. They don't really care about being a Bible scholar, studying. They just want to know how to save the other nations and argue with us. And that's really the true spirit. And that's sad, man. We on a low level as a nation, man.
And that's crazy when I'm really thinking about it because, when my wife is pregnant, like she can't even, move too fast. I'm on her like, yo, chill, relax, sit down. So this woman that hurls herself into danger and puts her and the child's safety at risk for a damn Edomite, man. That's complete and utter madness, Doc. Like because if y'all was some different type of dudes, y'all wouldn't even care if Eve is pregnant. Niggas could be like, to hell with you and that baby. That ain't my child. Get on your Snoop Dogg shit.
Exactly. Exactly. Niggas was actually out there trying to figure out how not to hurt her. So she pulled out mace on us. So you know me,
Wow.
right? You know me. I'm like, yo, I told Jake, I said, if she mace me, I'm fucking you up. I didn't even pay attention to her. I'm like, yo, if Mace get on me, I'm busting your ass. Like we was mad as hell. We was trying to ignore her. So then she just swung at Elio. Bink. Elio was like, what? Yo, this nigga got mad. Yeah. Yo, but how does it look though? Don't it look like the Israelites starting to fight in the park? It looked like us, right? Like it's we caused it. That's how it looks. But I promise you, all it was over was a dirty Edomite, stink, no shoes, crazy, talking to himself. And Kanor walked past him and was just like, "Damn, this nigga stink." Like he just avoided him. Like instead of walking right next to him, he just walked like a few paces to the side, like, and just kept it moving. And Eve got offended. How dare you? How dare you talk about Esau like that, yo? It's crazy, man. She's pregnant, fighting for him.
Yeah, no regard for her life or her child's life.
Exactly.
That's
Hey,
complete madness.
hey, I wonder how many Jakes she walked right past. I was laying on that same street and they
Right.
said nothing about, right?
Right. Exactly, Ari. Yo, I'm gonna send you out a video. Shout out, I'm gonna get it from Chris because it was recorded on Chris' phone. We was teaching a brother after camp. He had some questions, so we just like, all right, well, we get some extra footage. So we had turned the camp cameras off. And we just kicking doctrine, and then like all of a sudden Eve comes over, yo, fuck yeah, y'all think y'all better than people? I'm like, what? I don't really know who she's talking to. I think she might be talking to people behind me because it don't make no sense. So I'm like, what? Y'all gonna talk about that white man like that? He ain't bothering you. And then I think Kanor knew that she was mad at him, but Kanoa was confounded too. Like, nobody said nothing to him. No, you're not gonna bully this white man. Fuck y'all. And then she just got in brothers' faces, which brought a whole bunch of Jakes, fake thugs, pretending like they got a gun in their book bag. This is the power move in Atlanta. Yo, I'm gonna reach in my bag in a minute on you, bro. That's their power move. Like, that's their super move. So I guess that means be scared of me. I have a gun. Like, no, that doesn't work. So niggas kept trying that. Yo, I'm gonna go in my bag. And then once the fight broke out and the girl fell down, nobody touched her. She just fell. She tripped over the curb where the statue is at. You know how I got that little curb right there? So she tripped over the curb and fell into the dirt. That was judgment, right? So I'm laughing. And then 50 Bumites came after that, bro. It was crazy. We had to get out the park. The cops came, was like, yo, I know y'all never start nothing, but please, can y'all leave? It was crazy, man. I'm going to try to get that footage for you.
I mean, this is how you know this is the white man's kingdom. For for people to go into automatic defense mode for you, and they're not even your people,
Right.
and they're actually the people that you're oppressing. I mean, I pray that our people get that one day. I pray that you could say something bad about a so-called black man, and then East Indian pop out. No, don't you talk about them like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I wish. That'd be the best thing ever. That never happens. Who do that for us? Anywhere. You got politicians, black lawyers, uh, black athletes. They all be lawyering for the white man for nothing. He's not even around, and you trying to save him. But who does that for us? All black people are not gangsters. Don't do that. Don't talk about them like that. All black women do not. They're not like Cardi B. That is not how black women. No, even in these LGBT parades and shit, what our people are lobbying for people who don't lobby for them. You know what I'm saying? Look, in the LGBT parades, what they be doing? Oh, don't talk about them. Uh, that they're just trying to live their life. But who is the person doing that arguing? It's usually Eve. It's usually Eve or Sodomite Jake or like super woke Jake who loves Eve and is trying to be her hero. So he's, yo, bro, you got to be tolerant. You're not. But where is white people doing that kind of lobbying for us and our issues? Even in the Black Lives Matter riots, ask Ari, ask Shower Paul. When they was doing the Black Lives Matter riots down in Atlanta, you had the gay white woman was leading the damn parade. In the front of the Black Lives Matter parade is a gay flag and a white woman on a megaphone. I'm like, yo, my people is foolish, man. It's crazy out here.
Oh yeah, that movement got hijacked and twisted and turned into a bag of Skittles real quick, King. Because our lives don't matter to them. It has to be another agenda attached to it for it to matter. But we still don't see that. You know what I'm saying? You can have a discussion amongst your people and tell your people, yo, watch out for these people, and a nigga jump out the damn bushes and be like, no, we gotta watch out for you, not those people. It don't make no sense, man. I mean, I pray to see the day that when we have some damn honkies on the cotton field and they could be talk about rebelling, and then that one peckerwood to pop out of the bushes and be like, no, they don't treat us so bad. No, Master Yahweh, oh, he actually is a good man. You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying?
when they're gonna do that? When is that gonna happen? That would never happen. And you be watching movies and ain't nobody doing that. They be watching what? What's it? They be watching Braveheart, right? Right, shall probably watch Braveheart. What else? All these Edomite shows about Esau having his own freedom, and Esau being there crying, and Jake be watching the movie and tattooing the characters on his body. You know what I'm saying? But let you ask for some freedom. Let you ask for some freedom, and it's all justification. Like Pastor Sam. Pastor Sam on this app last week said all slave masters was not bad people. This is a black man who presents himself as a pastor. He literally said that. He said all slave masters was not bad people. Like, what am I supposed to do, Sean Paul? Like, what do I do with
In
that?
2022.
Ari, you heard that shit?
Hey, well, his dumb butt will probably would have been out in the field in that heat all day.
And snitching on you for trying to get away. It's
Yeah,
crazy out here.
our people are done. It's madness. Uh,
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like these dudes on this app that be debating, yo. They don't really want to talk about the Old Testament. They want to talk about is Caleb an Edomite. They don't want to talk about it for the sake of is it just historically true. Their agenda is to save the damn white man. So if Caleb gotta be an Edomite so that the white man can come in this thing. That's Brother's whole agenda, man. It is crazy. It's spooky out here. What kind of time these dudes is on, man? Yeah, and I don't get it. I, I I want a religion for me. I want a God for me. I don't want nothing, nobody who hate me, rape, rob, and murder my whole family. I don't want what he trying to give me. You know what I'm saying? I don't want that. I'm good.
You
Like,
know, y'all were all me and the fam on the Shabbat night, we watched A Time to Kill,
mm-hmm.
and my son became extremely vexed, you know what I'm saying? Because, he's 12 years old now, so he's really comprehending,
He's getting it.
he's getting it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
At first, he's like,
Talking about
okay,
Quaran.
yeah, Quaran. He's really, it's like it's starting to really sink in with him, you know? 'Cause, when you're a child, you get it, but you really don't get it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you think
But
it's old.
yeah, you think it's old. But when you watch that movie, A Time to Kill, he really got it,
Mm-hmm.
right? And you know, there was a point in the movie where Esau burnt down the lawyer's house, and you know, my son got it like, yo, they more loyal to each other than we are to each other because for this Edomite to even try to defend, a nigga in a courtroom, they try to assassinate him and they burnt down his house.
Mm-hmm.
And we
Mm-hmm.
got hundreds of our people, if not thousands, that would fight for the white man, but we don't do that to them.
Mm-mm.
But let you be a quote unquote nigga lover, Esau kill you.
Esau will kill you for that. He will kill you for trying to help the enemy. But we trying to help the enemy. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'll be saying, Shaw Paul, like in the judgment, when it's like that day and Isaiah 13 is going down and like the race wars and everything, 'cause that's the Bible. If you're in the audience and you listen and the Bible prophesied race wars, there's gonna be a time where everybody gonna go to their own people and seek to be with their own people, their own nation. So there's no more intermingling. It's gonna be a time where that stops. Like our people is gonna be trying to be down with Esau. Like Esau gonna be like, yo, I got my kids, like I'm starving out here, man. Like, you gotta help me, man. Like, you gonna be in the house making grits in the kitchen. Like, we living good, we minding our business. We got our defenses ready. But Jake, to prove a point that he's a good person, is gonna let Esau and his kids in the house. And as soon as you open the door, they take the spot from you. And the kid is laughing, eating your grits that you making for breakfast for your kids because you fell for it. Like,
Right,
that's gonna happen to our people. That's definitely gonna happen, you know?
right, King. And the beginning of the movie when them two Edomites raped the little girl, like my son was confounded. He's like, why would they even do that?
Mm-hmm.
And by the time the end of the movie came, You know what I'm saying? Jake, him and the lawyer, you know, try to show like that one world nonsense where he have his daughter play with the lawyer's daughter.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you
Hmm.
know, like my children wasn't buying it though. They was like, man, they'll never trust white people again.
They smart. They got a good father. You know.
You know what I'm saying? So it's a crazy movie. If y'all get a chance, y'all should watch it. Time to Kill. We seen it on Amazon Prime, and me and my rib also watched Mississippi Burning. That's another one. You know what I'm saying? And these events aren't that far away.
Mm-mm. No, they're not.
They aren't that far away. It's like when you really think about it, it's really close if you look at the time period of how the inception of America came and now where we at right now is not that far away at all.
Hmm. Shit, be a Native American, Shaw Paul. That's not a long time ago. Like, damn, I used to live here, and I don't live here no more. Like, they took they took the lab from me. Like, I'm living on a reservation right now. You know, I got white people dressed up as me in DC, and I gotta entertain them and dance for them. Ain't that what we seen at the museum? They was like doing dances for like I felt bad for Gad.
Right.
He was basically like a circus for them, like white people walking through there. Oh, look at the feathers, and then like white people getting their own feathers and dancing with the Indian and laughing. And I'm like, bro, think about this. That would be like white people putting chains on and dancing with us, like singing slave hymns. Like that's the equivalent. Like those are the people that took the land from you, and now you got to dance for them. It's crazy out here,
They
and
they treat they treat Gad like he's a dinosaur. Like no, for real. That they for real. Like when they like I be
it's not
looking
funny.
at
Hold on. They gotta understand why we laughing, dog. Why we laughing?
because it's so wicked. You gotta laugh instead of crying.
God.
It's so wicked because they treat Gad like a dinosaur. They it's like this is how they used to live. These are the people that was and
God.
and and when we see them, it's like looking at something that's not anymore. So we're gonna
Yes,
dress up like
that's
them,
right.
and see something that doesn't exist anymore, and just have fun in this spot for things that don't exist anymore. That's how they treat
E-
Gad.
even though we're the reason that they don't kind of exist anymore, it's really us. It's our fault.
Right? It's really our fault, but at least we give them this place where they can exist here in this museum at this time. They really do like because we went to the Native American Museum, and that's a place we got to go to again. But that's exactly how they treated Gad. Like he does not exist anymore. Like he's a dinosaur, and these are his relics. And unfortunately, we was the part of his extermination. This is why the scriptures say, man, you got to go and mark them. You know what I'm saying? The men that sigh and cry for all the abominations thereof, man.
Bring that out. Bring that out. That's a fact. Because who's complaining about pretty much the reality that we live in? Who's complaining about it if not us? Nobody's really complaining about it. It's just us. We're the only people that's mad. Everybody else is down with this. Like, yeah, that's just the way it is. Oh, white man took he took the land. Yeah, he's in charge now. Yep, we worship his God now. Be nice to his children. That's not their fault. That's the way it goes. You know. Basically, be nice to the children because it's not their fault that their parents done rape, robbed, and murdered the whole place. But be nice to the kids. When really the kids is why the whole place got pillaged like that. They didn't. Esau is different than us. Like he don't do shit to just do it. Like he wants to be like a dynasty. Like you know what I'm saying? Like he want to be like like a like a dominion. He wants to own this thing for a while and pass it down, and that's his glory. Like my name will be remembered forever. Like us, we kind of just live for the moment. Honestly, that's our style. We kind of just live for the moment. But your
What
opponent
what
Esau
do
is different.
what do blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans really have to pass down to their children?
Nothing. Slavery, little house we bought, or cars or jewelry, but we don't have a nation to really share with our kids because we don't have our own nation. And the reason we don't have our own nation is because our own people don't want that. That's really the truth.
Okay.
You know, you got to argue with your own brothers as to why you're the top nation. Like they teaching the doctrine of everybody included, but the enemy is teaching the doctrine of as long as I'm in charge, you could be included. I don't know how brothers
Right.
don't see that. I don't know how brothers don't see that.
Right. Right. Because that was the whole purpose of the KKK. Keeping the stronghold and the foot on the neck of our people for so many years.
Yeah,
Like back to the movie we was watching, Mississippi Burning. Right. The KKK burns down the church and beats the hell out of older Eve and older Jake to the point where older Jake is laid up in the bed hurt. And older Eve, guess what she does?
but
Goes to the white man and asks for help.
how you gonna
After
ask the person that's whooping your ass for help, yo? How?
and here's the topper. Here's the topper. She goes home and prays to a picture of Caesar Borgia, the white
Yes,
god. Like it's crazy, Ak.
y'all
This is the
people are
mind state
sick.
of our people. Yeah, our people are sick, Ak. Our people are completely sick. Like Stockholm syndrome is a mental disorder, but it's also a straight demonic curse.
It's a disease.
It's a disease, man.
Y'all are sick. You think? I think I heard Farrakhan say this. You think you're gonna guilt trip the niggas who raped, robbed, and murdered you? You think you're gonna guilt trip them into loving you? That's what you believe. You think that by laying on the ground and doing a die-in, I can't breathe t-shirts and all of that. What you think is you're gonna make your oppressor feel bad, and then he's gonna start being nice to you. That's what you think. And I had to think about that, Shaw Paul. Like, that's what brothers think. Be real.
That's exactly
That's
what
what
they
they
think.
think.
They think that somehow he's gonna be like, "Yo, you know what? I have been doing you wrong, and I'm a do better. Forgive me." Like I said, it's a toxic relationship between the so-called black man in America, the black Hispanic and Native American. We have a toxic relationship with America, man. We feel like one day he just gonna change. One day he gonna realize what he did was wrong. 500 years later, he still hasn't even begun. You know what I'm saying, to make things right. So yeah, our people, they wait on a nation that cannot save them, that would not save them. I'm telling you, after they burnt down the church, right? She went back home and still prayed to that white Jesus, man. White Jesus on her wall, living in a impoverished hut, not even a real house, a hut. Living in an impoverished hut. KKK done burnt down the only little thing they had in that town, which was a Christian church, and they still want to hold hands with the white man, beg him for help, and pray to his God. Like our people are completely finished, completely and utterly finished, man. Paul, if you can, let me get Ezekiel 9 and 4, King.
I already got it pulled up. Salakia, let me pull over because I'm on my way to the plantation. I got that for you.
Yeah, I don't like when
Don't
brothers
worry
read
about
it.
it. I already
Yeah, we don't
know.
like when brothers read and drive out.
Yeah, I got you. You said Ezekiel 9 and 4?
Con King.
All right, Khan. Ezekiel 9 and 4. And the Lord said unto him, Go through the midst of the city, through the midst of Jerusalem, and set a mark upon the forehead of the men that sigh and that cry for all the abominations that be done in the midst thereof.
You see that? So you you got to be one of those men that notice what's going on, and it upsets you, and you sighing and you crying about it. It's not something you could just look over. There's certain things that I think about, man, when it regards to our people, that's hard for me to sleep at night, man. Like it's becoming a culture for our women to be whores, even in the highest state of our women in the society. Like that governor of Rhode Island, she's twerking to try to get votes. You understand? So even if you're in a higher state of society, it's still looked upon our women to be whores.
Hey, and she was mad that people was criticizing her.
Yep.
So you supposed to accept her twerking on a handstand, but also being a state senator. You have to accept it, Ak. You're not
You
supposed
gotta
to say
accept it.
nothing. You have to accept it, Ak. She can twerk on a handstand, upside down with her butt cheeks in the air, spread eagle.
Spread eagle.
That you supposed to accept that and respect her
You
as a
can't correct the
dignitary, yo. You can't correct her, yo. You can't say nothing. You can't
And
say anything, yo.
you say that's how society is turning out, and I just have a newborn daughter. How am I supposed to raise my daughter and discipline her to be the daughter of Zion if the senator of Rhode Island could be a damn stripper like she works for the Players Club?
Right.
And you don't see Shesaw doing that, Ak.
That's the point. You saying that our political leaders can twerk on a handstand with no responsibility while talking like the white man, but the white man don't do what you doing. That's crazy to me. She was really mad that people was criticizing her for what she was doing. Like, yo, you have no right to talk down on me. It's called liberation. Like, what? You, what? You're supposed to be a role model for kids. Like, and that's another thing. That's another thing. Like, that whole role model thing, Jake don't really like that. Like, he doesn't really like that. Like, he want to be in a top position, but he doesn't want to be responsible for the things that he does. Like, he tries to cop out by saying I'm not a role model. That's like me as an Israelite. I'm telling brothers not to smoke weed and to pull their pants up, and then boom, the next day I'm doing that. I'm standing on the Ave. I got a Black and Mild in my ear. I'm I'm slap boxing with a nigga in the middle of the street. I'm I'm throwing my garbage on the ground, but then at the same time, I want to be respected as a brother who could tell you how to live. Nobody would accept that. They'd be like, "Yo, you're a hypocrite. You ain't no role model. I'm not following you." So Jake want to be able to tell you how to live and kind of like guide you, but then he cops out and goes, "But I'm not a role model." That's what Yahushua said about the Pharisees, man. Do what they say, but do not after they works, because they say and do not. So the Pharisees was wicked. They was not people to be like, and they wasn't to be respected on that level. But it's like Jake want that respect while copping out. I'm not a role model. You know? Do y'all understand what I'm trying to say? I never really said that
Con,
before, so I need to get it better. But you know what I'm.
con. Yeah, they always want that other like easy way out of things. They're not really held accountable for certain things, but they want to kind of play that role too at the same time. You know what I mean? So yeah, but Jake, man, you got to take a stance, man. Right? Gone are those days where you could just play two parts and try to slither around things, man. You know, we got to stand for righteousness to the fullest extent. Because when you have sisters like that, because remember, our little daughters, you know, aspire to be like certain professionals, right? So when you see them do certain things like that and present themselves like that, right, then they'll think it's okay for them to, you know, I might as well do the same thing. She's doing it, you know, and she's a senator and a politician and all this, and they're gonna turn around and doing the same damn thing, right? I'm never scared to rebuke any Eve, man. I don't care how you feel. I don't care what you say about me. You can report me. You can call me what you want to call me, right? If you go off around me, I'm going to rebuke you. All right, you're not special. You're not different. There's nothing different about you that, oh, well, you know, she's a sister, man. Let's just let her be. But you over here being wicked, and we can all see that, right? Or you out here in the world and you being wicked and causing nothing but problems. You know what I mean? Oh, Salaki, oh, do you want to say something?
No, I was just exactly on the point you were saying, but Eve does do. I mean, not Eve. Esau does. Esau is strippers, but they're not brought out on the same level. You know, this is all an agenda. They want our people to look up to certain people. Same way, Kamala, what's her name? Vice President
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. Right. She slept our way at the top, and that's known. That's known. First guy that brought her into politics was a guy named Willie Willie Anderson or something like that.
Yeah, Jake.
68-year-old guy. She was about 28 at the time. That's the first one that pulled her into this political game, and he was a shot caller and got her into the position. Well, she was already in position, but that's something else. He got her into the position that she needed to be to, get her into that level. Then she rolled over to the Jewish guy. You know what I mean? But that's what she did. It's known. That's why she passed the bill. There was a certain bill where they can't lock up prostitutes. Like it's somewhat legalized. Like you can't just lock them up on the streets now. And she advocated that bill and put that bill into place because this is what she did. She believed in sleeping her way to the top. So yeah, this is what they want our young women to believe. You to sleep your way to the top, and that's how you're gonna make it in America. That's what they're pushing.
Yeah, I got a link up there. I just switched out the link where she doesn't have any regrets, you know, for her twerking, all for attention, man. Social media, man, has been one of the things that has destroyed our people, man. It's ridiculous, man. Right? The internet was not designed for you to put your foolishness out here in the public. All right. This is why I don't think everybody should be online. All right. If you're wise, you will use it for the things that you're supposed to be using it for. Right. Which is reaching out people, teaching them who they are, waking them up, not for them twerking and bunch of gossips and just wickedness, man. Right? She stand by her wickedness and wouldn't even don't see anything wrong with that. Only a foolish person would think that's okay. All for attention. You know? It's ridiculous, man.
Me personally, I don't take none of these politicians or any of these people in high places. I don't take none of them seriously. Like they're not people that I would take seriously. Like I take Israelites seriously because it's their religion to behave a certain way. So I know that they're gonna move and conduct a certain way because it's a part of their observance of God. But like these other people out here, these people is just making it up as they go along, man. They playing games in this life, man. So I don't take none of these people seriously.
Karnak. Yeah, you can't. You can't take him serious at all. You can't. Hey, Paul, you still driving, right? I'm thinking. Izra, you there?
I got you. 4
Go
minutes.
Jeremiah 4:22.
Jeremiah chapter 4 and verse 22. And it reads, "For my people is foolish, they have not known me. They are sottish children, and they have none understanding. They are wise to do evil, but to do good they have no knowledge."
right? They are wise to do evil, right? They can come up with ideas and creative ways to use the internet for nothing but evil and promoting wickedness, right? But when it comes to doing good, you cannot draw one idea from their mind when it comes to that, right? But they can come up with different concepts and ideas and ways how they can come up with evil things, right? Like I said, I've always said it. The internet is not for everybody, right? If all you're doing is seeking attention, right, vainglory from the internet, that's all you see yourself doing, you need to get out of it. You get to the point where you want to post things just to see how many likes you have, or you want to just see how much attention you're getting. You moving in the wrong spirit. You know, that spirit of just attention seeking gotta die in Israel, man, because that's what's causing a lot of this problem. We understand, right, the overall structure and things that cause us to even be in this condition where our women and our men, because a lot of men do it too online, right, will be in a position where they just doing things like that, man. That's a very shameful thing to do. But anyways, we're gonna do a very quick reset. I know we kind of went off topic a little bit. Brothers has just been chopping it up. You know, all praises to the Most High. This is Crown of Thorns, an affiliate of the House of Israel congregation. This is your kosher breakfast out of the skillet. Today's topic is understanding Paul, oral traditions and doctrines. Understanding Paul, oral tradition and doctrines. We're definitely going to go back on the topic. But if anybody else have anything to add, make sure you raise your hand, come up to the stage, just stay in order, and we'll definitely deal with you. But we see Maine up here. Hey, what's going on? You see the topic, you hit a field. What do you got to add? The floor is yours.
I'm just listening, brother. I'm just listening. I'm just got it. Also, I'm trying to fill out the room.
Okay. You say you're just listening?
Yes, sir. Can y'all hear me? I'm driving right now. I don't know if y'all can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. But yeah, when you come up stage, you just want to add to the topic. That's really what the stage is for. You know.
I got you. I didn't read the title of the topic, so I'll drop back down because I had a question, but it wasn't around the topic, so I'll just come back down. Now just listen.
No, 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 no. It doesn't have to be on topic. I mean, we're here to edify the nation. So if you have anything you want to share or question or anything, you could definitely bring that out. That's come first. But go ahead. You got it.
All right. My question to you is, how do you, or let me first ask you this first. Do you consider yourself an Israelite?
You asking me directly or the panel? I mean, me, yes, I consider
Well,
myself an
you do.
Israelite. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Right? And I guess my question to that is, how do you prove that you are an Israelite outside of the Bible?
Why is it my job to prove to you that I'm an Israelite? Why is that? Why do I have to do that? Does the
No,
no? 1 second. 1 second. Um, the people in the land of Israel right now. Have you asked them that question? That same question you asking me right now?
no, I haven't met I haven't met them before. But how?
You're breaking up, King.
Shalaki, are you?
Man, you're breaking up, King. Just drop off and come right back in, okay? Come back in so we can continue the conversation. All right, because you're breaking up real bad. Israel, what did you say?
Oh, I was going to say,
Man, you breaking up too, King. What's going on here?
Can you hear me now, or is it still
Yeah, I hear
breaking
you.
up?
I hear you now. Go ahead, King. You got it.
All right, so I was asking that question because I would have the same question for them as well. I just haven't met them, and I know at least one thing we can say for them that they just doesn't they don't match Bible prophecy. just based off the storyline of the Bible. But my question is, could you? Because a lot of times people say, well, we fit the curses. We're Israelites. That's why we're Israelites, right? But also, you can fit the curses and still be of another nation. For example, there are people that were slaves where the slave master had sex with the woman, and you are the seed of your father, the pedigree of your father. So now that baby becomes the father, see, well, the father, whether it was Arab, and whether we were slave by, we were slave with the Europeans, but also we were slave to the Arabs as well. So whatever, and I guess to go back to my point, I guess because I'm learning this truth too, but it's like the only way we would know if we're Israel is that we do a DNA test to prove that we're Israel.
You
That's
said a
what I'm
DNA
thinking
test.
because DNA test to prove that we're Israel. That way we can show by evidence outside the Bible. This is us, because in that we can prove that we wasn't tampered with through the process. Because I'll give you another example. One of the guys on the forum, we were talking about this yesterday. He did a test. And he had the same story. All black people have the same story. It's hard for us to go back for 3 or 4 generations, right? Then we had the same story. He had the same story, so he did a DNA test, and he's thinking that, because he fathers translated the tree, all that. But he found out when he did DNA test that he had a white European somewhere down the line, based off his I forgot the code, whatever. And so it shocked him, man. After he brought it up, because he brought up the code, and when the brother was breaking that thing down to him, and he was so shocked because he never knew that. He thought, because he was part of the translated slave trade, that he was from the seed of Jacob. So that's why, and it made me think like, wow, so the only way we will really know is by getting a DNA test, because there were some people that was tampered with by other nations, not just the Europeans, but the Arabs and all these other places where where these people enslaved us. Not only did they enslave us, but they raped our women.
Hey, Salak, can you hear me?
I
Con,
can you, brother.
Hey, man, I'm gonna send you this historical reference, right? It's on World History. It's NBC. A lot of top notch resources covered this same topic, right? I'm gonna send you an article dealing with those tears about those who have like Edomite pops, but quote unquote fit the curses. It's not that they fit the curses. It's just that they literally was disowned by their daddies, and it's written in the constitutional law on why they get treated that way. You understand? So it's not that they fit the curses. It's just Esau so evil towards us or melanated people, even his own seed he cast away. And it's written right in the constitutional law, dealing with the early establishment of law, starting with Virginia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, Maryland, DC, all these top-notch races, early colonizers, and the laws they establish on about those tears you're talking about. And then second point would be DNA does not. You'll have to have a sample of that origin to cross reference with DNA. What they're doing is giving you geographical location or where people have given samples, and
right.
they're placing you there. So when people say I'm 63 Caucasian, no, the people in that region might be 63% of a Caucasoid race. So that's where they're getting their percentage. DNA is not an accurate way to know if you're an Israelite. First, your spirit must bear witness, and then the curses and the prophecies also fit. So it's a lot that go into it when you get into it. So with that, I guess I'm gonna send you the article, or I send it to one of the moderators, and y'all can post it so everybody else can read it. And I behoove Israel to like read it, and it will also show that how a lot of these laws were not abolished during the Emancipation Proclamation, and it makes a lot of sense on why a lot of things still happening today. So I'm gonna get that source. I'm gonna send it to you, Elder Shawapar. You can post it at the top, or Ari.
con. And in regards to DNA tests, I mean, there's a science behind that, but I wouldn't put too much faith in it because we would need the exact DNA of the past Israelites They'll take the DNA from people that's
Hey,
probably in
man,
a,
man, mute up real quick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah, we will need the DNA of past Israelites for it to be absolutely accurate. Like the brother said, they'll probably take the DNA and say, certain people from this region, and that can't be absolutely accurate because 500 years ago, we wasn't in this region. 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, we was probably in those regions
Right,
where, what I'm saying, they say your DNA go back to. If your DNA go back to Europe, we was probably in Europe 1,000 years ago. The Spanish Inquisition kicked us out. You understand? We was probably in those parts of Africa. So the DNA test isn't always absolutely accurate to that point. The way a DNA test is the most accurate is if you have the physical seed of a man and you have the physical seed of the child. If you have that DNA, right? That way the DNA could be accurate because they have something to compare it to. Right now, you do the DNA test and they comparing it to regions instead of actual human beings. You understand, King? So don't lean on that too much.
right. Yeah, and there's been a lot of reports, with failures in the DNA evidence testing and stuff like that. And we've dealt with that before. Uh, you can even go online, you know, tons of reports on that. And Ryan, I got the link water for that. But yeah, I definitely won't trust my enemy to tell me where I'm from, man. that's uh, that's ludicrous to even think that whatever information they get from you is going to be right. Right? They're going to tell you you're from Africa. You could do all the testing you want. It will never come back and say that you're an Israelite. I'm going to tell you that right now. They're going to tell you you're a damn Hamite. That's what it's going to link right back to.
So I guess my next question would be: we can never prove based off science or genetics that we are the children of Israel. Uh, Based off that, it will only be based off faith and us, just based off faith and what we believe.
Faith,
What we
history,
Let's
and
say real quick. I'm
prophecy.
gonna land my plane right here real quick. The reason why I asked that question because the brother asked me that question, and I
No,
was like, yeah, man,
I I
I'm the
would
children.
just I would just add and not just listen. I would just add in not only faith, history, and prophecy. Not just faith, history, and prophecy. But go ahead.
The reason why I asked that question, I had a brother, man, who would challenge me. He asked me, cause I was spreading out, we the people of the Bible, we the children of Israel, the blacks in America. And then when he asked me, okay, Nate, prove it, I'm like, I'm stuck. I'm like, well, what did you look at the prophecy? Yeah, I understand prophecy, but then what about the people who were raped? And that not only just the Europeans, but we were in captivity with all these other nations. And the one thing that was known for them to do is not only to take captive of the people, but also to rape the women. That's a known thing that was done during war. And so when we would capture all these different nations, they was raping our women. It's not no. I can't. Only way I can. I think only way I can prove that I'm this Israelite, come from the seed of Jacob, is do a DNA test that can prove it. Outside of that, like you said, it will just go off faith and my belief in the prophecy, and I believe that I fit, but I can't prove that to somebody, outside the Bible.
No, that's not true. That's that's not true. He just told you. He explained. First of all, DNA. When you look at DNA, you got to remember everybody is linked back to the so-called Negro. All right, the Negro, black man and the black woman. They really, when you look at it, the Israelite man. Every nationality is linked back to them in some form because when you trace the heritage, even when you go into Noah and his three sons, they all come back to populate in the whole earth. So when you look at DNA, yeah, you're gonna have some white people that's gonna have some DNA with us because they come from us. But that don't mean they're part of us. That don't mean they come from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But we are the creator of the whole world. You understand? So that DNA is not really accurate. Now the brother brought out prophecies. Yes, you can prove. You can prove by Acts 7 and 6 prophecies that would happen. It said that for sure your seed would be in a strange land 400 years, and they would entreat the evil. And after that 400 years, they would come out with great substance. Those are biblical prophecies that would happen to the children of Israel. Yes, other nations was conquered. Other nations might have been raped during warfare. But when you go into the Bible and you go into the curses and you go into the archaeology and you go into the hieroglyphics and you see the children of Israel being black in the Egyptian captivity, and you see them help building the pyramids. All right. And then when you trace our history, yes, with biblical archaeology and, of course, biblical history, you can link us up to the children of Israel. So now you got some people that's just not going to believe no matter what you say. But the ones that understand prophecy, history, and stuff, tracing it back, they're going to believe if they're meant to be. But this is not for everybody. So a lot of times we just trying to prove so much to people, and they always going to have something to rebuttal because they may not be part of the prophecies or the anointed that the Lord is calling. You see what I'm saying? And it's really simple as that. But a lot of times that's not the answer our people looking for. They're looking for something so deep, and that's the problem.
No, they actually be looking for white man's validation, and DNA tests be a form of that, right? Because Maine, let me ask you a question, right? Maine, you there? You listening?
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Maine, can a DNA test tell the difference between Damian Marley and Skip Marley?
I would think so.
So because Bob Marley had children, and Bob Marley's son is Damian Marley, but then his nephew is Skip Marley, and Skip Marley is a product between Bob Marley's daughter and a so-called black man. Could you think the DNA test really, or since they all practically have,
Being honest, I'm not sure. I am not sure. That's something I'll have to. I'm not sure if they can be.
because
They, they,
because like you were saying, right? A lot of our ancestors were raped, but okay, now every time a woman gets raped, she gets pregnant. Let's eliminate that fact, right? And on top of that, even if the woman was raped and then she became pregnant, her baby goes back amongst the slaves. And now, if the baby's a boy, okay, yeah, then the oppressive seed may remain. But if the baby's a girl and she gets pregnant by one of our people, then the oppressive seed is destroyed. Even if you look at Tia and Tamara, one of them is married to a black man, the other one is married to a white man. So, and even in that case, one sister is still going to carry on the oppressive seed when the other sister is going to carry on the righteous seed. You get what I'm saying? So the DNA test isn't so accurate where you can even differentiate that. They probably label them all as having Caucasian in them. Do you see what I'm talking about, King?
I'm sorry, my brother. I was in the Matrix. I was in the Matrix. But last thing I heard you say was Tia and Tamara. You said one I was married to a black man, the other one married to a white man.
Yeah, but in 50 years from now, 100 years from now, when their children do a DNA test, they're probably going to all say they have white in them. What does that mean? They all was Caucasian? Nah, because the seed is of the father. That's the only way you can really know for sure. You just backtrack your fathers to as far as you can. And that's why the Bible talks about endless genealogy. You get what I'm talking about? That
Yeah,
endless
I get what you're
genealogy.
saying.
That's what DNA test goes
I get
back
what you.
to. The DNA test y'all go back to, that's referring to the endless genealogy. Because as far as I know, my forefathers are so-called black men, right? But now if a DNA test says, okay, it shows that your DNA bloodline, it goes back to the Scottish, to the so-called white man, That's gonna mean my bloodline goes back to a white Scottish. But me doing my research, I know that blacks come from Scotland too. Until they was kicked out of Scotland.
I get what you're saying because when I did one of the tests and I found out that I had a part of European on mine, but there was some black.
Yeah, right now your PTR, you got the Black King of the Scots right there. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't know if you heard me, 'cause I think I was in the Matrix, but I was saying that I did a test too, and I found out that I had European, like 1% of European on my test. But I realized that European black people ruled Europe at one point. So I can't take if that was part of that too. But it's another test that you can do that one of the brothers was sharing with me that can break all that down and get it to the point, and it'll let you know how it lets you know if you are the tribe of it or not. And I said I'd look into it. That way I feel like, man, if I'm saying it now, it'll be not only just through faith, belief, but also I can have evidence to prove that this is where I'm from. I'm from the seed of Jacob. I fit the curses, and also I have the DNA the test to prove it as well. Because
Hold on
I
one
hate
second, man. Who are you trying to prove this to? Let's be honest here. Be honest. Who are you trying to prove this to? Be
prove
honest,
this.
completely.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. I'm trying to prove this to myself because I'm trying to prove to myself first, and then also to other people that I talk to the Bible with. My
Man,
brothers.
what does the Bible speaks about the wisdom of this world? Do you know what it says about it?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
You're not sure, brother? Okay. Yeah. So, the elder touched on this earlier, actually. You got to be careful who you get advice from, people giving you, pressuring you to do certain things or saying, well, if you can't do this, then guess what? You're not an Israelite, right? Because that's a form of damn witchcraft and sorcery to, remove you from your path in this walk. All right. Yes, you might say that it's for yourself, right? But deep down, it's deeper than just that. All right. I'm going to bring out the scripture for you. Okay. Um, I'm going to go to 1 Corinthians 3:19, right? And it reads, it says, for the wisdom of this world is foolishness with God. What's the wisdom of this world? DNA, right? You see, it's sad that that's the very first thing that you're gauging if you are a child of the Most High, right? Over anything else that Shaul Paul just brought out, right? And the elder brought out earlier, right? The fact of the prophecy and yes, faith, right? Which is something I always say Israel lacked heavily, right? But we say we believe in the Bible, but guess what? Faith is the process, right? If you take the wisdom of this world over the wisdom of the Most High God, over the prophecies, right? Over the history, archaeology, and everything else that you can see, and you want to put Esau science over that, guess what? You off already, right? You are completely off. All right? I'm gonna read on. It says, for the wisdom of this world is foolishness with God, right? For it says, for it is written, he taketh the wise in their own craftiness, right? Do you think your oppressor, right, the people that cause all form of atrocity and affliction upon your own people, will tell you that you are the children of God, right? You think they went through the troubles of stealing your identity, right? To say, oh, well, guess what? We were off and wrong. You are the children of God, and we're sorry for that, right? You're dealing with a crafty devil that is known for stealing everything. They steal everybody's culture, everybody's ways of life, and make it their own in the movies, in life, in every aspects and facet of society. All right. So you starting to use the science of this world to overtake and go over the Most High's words and the prophecies. You're completely off. You're starting in the wrong track, right? So I just want to advise you, get off this whole DNA bull crap, right? If the spirit bears witness, if you talk about the prophecy, who else on this face of this earth went through the hell that our people went through? Name me one other nation of people that went through the same type of terror that they went through. And just let me just give you two of them: the transatlantic slave trade period the sub-Saharan slave trade during those times. Who else went through those types of evil?
I
Just
agree.
name one nation.
And I agree, our people. But my question would be then, during that process, were our women raped by these other nations? And if so, those people they had babies with, you know, they're not Israelites no more. They're the seed of the father. That's the
Did
part.
you hear what I just said? Did you hear what I just said? The Spirit bears witness. You understand me? Yes, there are some people that will sneak in there and say they're Israelite and play the part. But guess what? The Spirit is what moves you. Do you understand that? And I believe strongly in that. All right. I don't believe in the science of this world. If you're a child of a damn heathen and you darker than dark, guess what? The Most High is going to vet you out. Right. And if you so happen to slither into maybe a congregation, guess what? Your spirit is going to reveal you at some point. And the Most High is going to sift you out of that congregation. You understand? How do you think sometimes you got brothers, right, that become damn wicked scoffers and become a reprobate after certain things didn't work out with them in certain congregation and stuff? Who knows who they are, right? I'm not calling them anything, but who knows who they are? You understand? So again, you have to stand in the power of the Most High God over any science that Esau got going on. You understand? I get what you're saying, right? The seed of the wicked, and Yahushua spoke about this, right? With the weeds and the tears, man. So we know we're dealing with that spirit too in the nation. But it's not your job to try to figure out, well, you're still a child of the wicked. Nah, man. Right? If the spirit bears witness within them, right? They're going to want to keep the law, statutes, and commandments of God, right? In righteousness, and they're going to do it, right. Like the damn devils over there, they're not keeping the laws of God, man. They put the Talmud over the Torah and the Tanakh, right? They believe in wicked oral traditions that they made up their own damn selves. Salakia, all right, we gonna say something?
I was
I,
gonna
I
grab
got I
that
got to get a
precept for
release,
you,
fellas,
Art.
man. I'm gonna
I was gonna
hop
grab
back
that
in, man.
precept
But
for
I
you,
appreciate y'all.
Salaki, man, 1 second. Book of Matthew, chapter 13, verse 24. And a parable put he forth unto them, saying, the kingdom of heaven is likened unto a man which soweth good seed in his field. But while man slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat and went his way. But when the blade was sprung up and brought forth fruit, then appeared the tares also. So the servants of the householder came and said unto him, Sir, didst not thou sow good seed in thy field? From whence then have it tares? He said unto them, an enemy have done this. The servant said unto him, would thou then that we go and gather them up? But he said, nay, lest while ye gather up the tares, ye root up also the wheat with them. Let both grow together until the harvest. And in the time of harvest, I will say to the reapers, gather ye together first the tares and bind them in the to burn them, but gather the wheat into my barn.
Con,
The
con.
brother got out of there.
Hey, Ariah.
I kind of want him to hear that parable.
Right, right. And where it says, and when men sleep, read that part again.
God, uh, verse 25. But while man slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat and went his
Right.
way.
It says, and when man slept, man, the state with that's talking about when we're going through this issues and problems, right? Slavery, right? When we were not focused on the works of the Most High God, when we were caught up in captivity. You understand? That was when this devil was able to come and sow their wicked seed, man, amongst us. Right? Read on.
Con. But when the blade was sprung up and brought forth fruit, then appeared the tares also.
Con. And that's what he's getting into, what Maine is getting into. So yes, there are tears amongst us, and we know that, right? But you can't get caught up. The point is, you just can't get caught up in this damn Esau's wicked society science, man. These guys have been known to do all kinds of wickedness with the knowledge that they got from that from science and stuff like that, right? There's no righteousness in them. They never do anything good when they get any level of knowledge. It's always for evil to benefit them, right? So they can stay in control and keep their rulership forever, right? But little do they know that the Most High has put a bound on the time that they got to rule, man. So we can't lead and make decisions based on DNA. Like that's your primary decision. Because that's what the brother just kept sticking to. The DNA. I gotta get the DNA. And he keeps saying that it's for him, but you can tell that's not just for him. A lot of times, like Shaul Paul brought up earlier, for damn white validation, man. Right? Hey, look, I'm one of you. It's really to join with this damn devils to say, hey, I'm one of you, man. You know, but we just got to stay away from all that stuff, man. But with that, I yield.
Hey, you absolutely right, artist.
Can I be heard?
Nah, you sound like you playing hopscotch with your microphone.
See, a lot of brothers, and I get it, a lot of brothers is looking for some dramatic, major answer. You know what I mean? And I understand to a point, but we live by faith and not by sight. See, the Most High wants you to have a certain amount of faith too. You know, we can
Right.
give all the archaeology, we can give all the history, and we can give the biblical scriptures, but there's still people that still doubt because they still lack that faith. They still lack that faith, and that's what it is. The Most High wants you to have a certain amount of faith. You want 100% proof. Okay, we go into the scriptures and break down a lot of things that show that we are the Hebrew Israelites. Even as the brother was talking about slavery, and what I mean, you go into different parts of slavery, and did they use the iron collar when they told you that it was an iron collar will be placed upon our necks? We could see that clearly in slavery during the slaves. You know what I mean? Now there's different captivities. I didn't see that too much, that iron collar that was brought on during different captivities or different slave men. To talk about the Irish, and a lot of times that Irish that they talking about, what I mean, was black people, you know, was us. See, that's what I'm saying. Historically, the history has been messed up so much, But when you go into the Bible and you go into Deuteronomy 28 and you go into Leviticus 26 and you go into different chapters, you go to Genesis 15 and it talks about we would be here 400 years and different things. You can clearly see that's us, man. And then when you trace back the history with the hieroglyphics and you go into the Egypt kingdom, you go into different kingdoms and you see us black people building the pyramids up under whips, just like we was in America. You clearly see that that's us. But a lot of people, they just gonna want more proof, and that shows you where they faith is. You know what I mean? They just want more proof. And do they really want the answer? They really want to believe that we Israel, or they want to believe we something else? So you got to deal with that too. That's why the Bible tells you, what if some did not believe? Should the faith of God be without effect? God forbid. Let every man be called a liar. I'm paraphrasing it, but let every man be get that real quick. Give me Romans 3:3, and then I'm going to yield,
Kinda.
just so I get it accurate.
The
The
book of
book of
Romans.
Romans, chapter 3 and verse 3 says, "For what if some did not believe? Shall their
Well,
unbelief
what
make
if some did not believe? Come on, what?
For what if some did not believe? Shall their unbelief make the faith of God without effect?
So if
God
they don't
forbid.
believe, is that going to make the faith of God without effect? Is that going to stop the prophecies? Is that going to stop the judgment of America? Is that going to stop the Most High Yahweh Shai from getting us out of this captivity? No, no. Just because one man don't believe, or one man needs more proof? Read on.
God forbid.
God
Yea,
forbid. Come on.
yea, let God be true, but every man a liar,
And
as it
those
is
men,
written,
right? These men will be found as being liars because they believe not what the Most High told you was going to happen. Give me one more, brother. Give me Habakkuk 1 and 5.
It's the
Give
book
me
of
Habakkuk 1 and
Habakkuk,
5.
chapter 1 and verse 5. Behold, ye among the heathen, and regard and wonder marvelously. For I will work a work in your days which you will not believe, though it be
But you
told
should
you.
not believe, though it's told to you. So some people are just not going to believe, though it be told to them. And that's the bottom line. But, the prophecies and the scriptures and everything is going to fall in path in the end. We shall see. That's why the scriptures say we live by faith and not by sight. But we got the historical books. We got the history books. We got everything to prove along with the Bible. But then some people that they still not gonna believe that. With that I yield.
Con, I'm gonna need two scriptures, right? First, let's get the definition of faith. Let's get Hebrews 11:1.
It's the book of Hebrews, chapter 11 and verse 1. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen.
You see that is the thing is the substance of things that's hoped for, right? Right now, we giving our people hope. We showing them that they line up with prophecy, right? They lining up with the scriptures and the history and the archaeology, right? So there's a hope that our people are the children of God because the evidence is showing it. But what else is faith? The things that are not seen. Sometimes people want so much evidence that they want to eliminate the faith. Like, I don't need faith no more. I got this DNA test, so I don't even need the faith. I know I'm an Israelite. But then what are you putting your faith in? You putting your faith in man's science, or you putting your faith in the prophecy? Because can you imagine that day come and Yahweh says, "Yo, you didn't keep no commandments. You had a chance to keep the commandments and you didn't keep them." And you tell Yahweh, "Well, I was keeping commandments, but then I did a DNA test and found out I wasn't an Israelite because of my DNA, so I stopped keeping commandments." Can you imagine saying that to Yahweh? That I heard I was an Israelite, and I seen how we linked up when it comes to the prophecy and the scriptures, but my DNA test came back and it says that I'm Caucasian from the mountains of the Caucasus. Let me get the book of Luke, right? Let me get Luke 18:8.
The book of Luke, chapter 18 and verse 8. I tell you that he will avenge them speedily. Nevertheless, when the Son of Man cometh, shall he find faith on the earth?
Shall he find what?
Shall he find faith on the earth?
That's a good question. When Yahweh shall come back, will he even find faith on the earth? Or men gonna tell him like, "Oh, we didn't believe anymore because the DNA test told us that the Bible was wrong." This what the scoffers like Laron and are faithful to Satan. This is what they use. Oh, what's your phenotype? What's your DNA test say? So you're gonna tell me that this DNA test is gonna override what the Bible say? The Bible say that we are Israelites because the prophecies and the law, the testimony. These are things that are all pointing up for us to be Israelites. But I'm gonna let a DNA test override that, and now I'm not keeping the law, statutes, and commandments. Don't y'all see the flaw in that, or am I just bugging? If y'all know what I'm talking about, let me get 3 1s in the chat. Let me get a 111. Because at the end of the day, if the Bible is saying this, and then brothers even go out their way and get the history and archaeology to match the prophecies, but then you get a DNA test and they say that you really from a damn Eskimo and a Neanderthal, and it doesn't really read on West Coast of Africa. And then what, Negro? You gonna stop keeping commandments now? You're not an Israelite no
They
more.
say, they say everything with that DNA. Tasmanian devil, all type of stuff, man. Tasmanians. You know what I mean? They come up with all type of madness. They say you're 1% Polish, 3% Irish, 5% black or African from Ashanti tribe. You know what I mean? 2% Tasmanian devil. I mean, come on, man. It's madness with that DNA, but a lot of people, brother, they just focus on science. And this science is false, but they just worship science, the white man science. Because remember, the white man don't believe in spiritualness. He doesn't believe. That's why the earth is destroyed totally under his science. His science has caused 5,000 species of animals to be taken off. The polar caps is melting. The water is polluted. The ozone layer is destroyed. The whales is killing themselves coming out of the ocean because of the nuclear waste. It's what this madman science have done. And yet he want us to trust in his science, man. With that I yield, man.
I appreciate it.
Come bring out your precept, all right?
1 Timothy 6:20. O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust. Avoid profane and vain babblings and oppositions of science falsely so called. There's three different types of DNA tests out there. Priest was bringing this up about a week or so ago. You got the autosomal, which goes by both the father and the mother. You got the mtDNA, which is the mitochondrial based on the mother, which is off as far as anything in reference to what the scriptures bring out. And then you have the Y-DNA, which is based on the father. But you really don't even know which one you're taking unless you're doing the due diligence. And also, you have to go by the genetic marker of where these things are being brought from. So it's just a lot of science, falsely so called.
Right. Science falsely so called because nowadays they jam a whole bunch of things into science, man. They jam atheism into science. They also got their science fiction. They got their pseudoscience, like natural, real science is hardly used nowadays because they jam so many different things into science, especially witchcraft. They jam witchcraft into science. Those jabs, those vaccinations pushed by Bill Gates, that's all witchcraft, man. But they also jam that into science. You know what I'm saying? Hypnotism, that's witchcraft. They jam that into science. So we gotta be very careful about what they say, right? So called science, but falsely. Okay?
Con. Yeah, we got to keep in mind, man. Everything Esau is doing, man, is to keep their kingdom root, established forever. That's their whole plan. All right. So for them to tell you that you're an Israelite and you are the true children of God, guess what? That's going to destroy their kingdom. All right. And they understand that. This has happened through generations and generations and generations. Okay. This is nothing new. What we're seeing today of them being crafty is nothing new. It's not a new concept. All right. Go to Psalms 49 and 9 real quick. All right. These bastards want to stay established and keep their kingdom and rulership forever. All right. They know they're going to be taken down, just like every other kingdom was taken down.
Did you say 149 and 9?
No, 49 and 9.
49 and 9. I got you. All right. This is the book of Psalms, chapter 49 and verse 9. That he should still live forever and not see corruption.
Right. And not see death. That's what that's getting into, right? They don't want to die. This is why they'll take transplant from anybody, right? They'll kidnap as many children as it takes, right, for them to stay alive, right? And this falls more into the elite of their group, the rich ones, right? They'll do anything to stay living. Read on.
Verse 10. For he seeth that wise men die, Likewise, the fool and the brutish person perish and leave their wealth to others.
Right? Read on.
Verse 11. Their inward thought is that their houses shall continue forever, and their dwelling
Shall what?
places shall dwell forever, shall continue forever, and their dwelling places to all generation. They call their lands after their own names.
Right. That was what y'all were all brought up earlier. Right? They don't want their kingdom to end at all. They want to keep passing the wealth, right, that they stole, right, through killing, murdering, raping, and robbery, man. They want to keep passing that wicked wealth to the generations and generations to come, right? They could care less about reparation or finding any fault in anything that they did or having mercy and feeling bad for all the wickedness that they've done, right? Because if their children really felt bad for what their forefathers did, they would be giving back every single thing that was stolen, right? But are they doing that? Absolutely not. And they're not going to do that because what they feel like, why should they do that, right? They didn't do it. That's what they're going to tell you, right? That's exactly what they're going to tell you. They did not do it. They have absolutely nothing to do with it. You can't hold them accountable for that, right? And that's just madness when our people feel that they can still trust this demon, man. You know, we got to wake up from, this wicked sleep that we're in, man. But guess what? The Most High, like I said earlier, has said it abound for them that he's going to destroy them at another point in time. Go to Job. I think it's 14. I want 14 and 4. This is madness, man. We
The
don't
book of,
believe in no science or anything that they got going on.
this is the book of
Yeah.
Job, chapter 14 and 4. Who can bring a clean thing out of an unclean? Not one. Seeing his days are determined, the number of his months are with thee. Thou hast appointed his bounds that he cannot pass.
Right. The Most High has appointed his bounds that he cannot pass. Right. He's going to try and think that he's prolonging his kingdom, but it's not going to happen. You understand? So stop falling for all this wicked science and their damn technology. Because again, they've shown the history, how they use it for nothing but wickedness. And everything that they do is to benefit their own people and their own nation. All right. Stop waiting for the validation of this damn devil. He's not gonna look at you as equal to him. You understand? He never will. Right? And if you sit there in the last days and you want to join hands with this devil, guess what? The Most High is going to kill you and destroy you with them. With that, I yield.
Any more comments on this subject matter? Because we could
Quick
set
precept.
the room and go back to the topic.
Quick precept. Psalm 17 and 13. It says, Arise, O Lord, disappoint him, cast him down, deliver my soul from the wicked, which is thy sword, from men which are thy hand, O Lord, from men of the world, which have their portion in this life, and whose belly you fill us with hid treasure. They are full of children and leave the rest of their substance to their babes. So we can see they definitely want to leave this kingdom to their children. They don't want us to get our inheritance the same way that Esau did with Jacob. They have the same exact spirit, that perpetual hatred. And they don't want us to come to the knowledge of our heritage with our father as children of Israel.
Real quick, right? And to touch on the point, because he kept bringing up the whole thing with the women getting raped, all that. All right. Now, you got to remember the Most High orchestrated everything, right? There's a reason why their birth rate is down to zero now, right? This is why they're passing the law against abortion. It's not to benefit you, the Israelites, right? The blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. Don't ever think for 1 second it was made for you. All right. This is to help increase their population back up. All right. So when you read in Psalms, go to Psalms 37 real quick in 28. After this, we'll reset, go back to the point. I'm with you for a minute anyways. I got to do some stuff. All right.
He said
The
Psalms
most,
chapter 37
yeah, 37:28.
and 28.
Yeah. Just that one verse.
says, "For the Lord loveth his judgment, and forsaketh not his saints. They are preserved forever, but the seed of the wicked shall be cut off."
Right. The seed of the wicked shall be cut off. You're seeing that now. They're not as large as they used to, right? They're being extinct from the earth, man. You understand? So, yes, I hear what he was bringing up on that point about the seed of the wicked. But guess what? Little bit at a time, the Most High is cutting them off, man. Right? And we know what the final judgment is going to be. You know, they're going to be completely eradicated from the face of this planet. And that's for all the wickedness, like the elder was talking about, that they've done. You know, they've destroyed his earth, man. The Most High is going to destroy them. I yield. But we're going to do a quick reset. This is your kosher breakfast, hot off the skillet, crown of thorns. Today's topic, understanding Paul, oral traditions and doctrines. Understanding Paul, oral traditions and doctrines. If you haven't, click on the greenhouse above our head. Become a member of the room, of the platform. That way, when we have rooms like this, you can get that notification and be part of the conversation and build. All right. If you haven't, make sure you follow the brothers on stage, bringing out the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. We appreciate everybody for being part of this conversation. All right, this is a great topic. Also, if you have anything to add, raise your hand, come up to the stage. If you have an opposing view, questions, anything you want to share with us that has to do with the Israelite way of life, you can go ahead and raise your hand and come on up. All right, but with that, I'm gonna go ahead and yield. Shao Paul, you got it. The floor is yours.
Khan, all praises, all praises. You know, y'all continue to share the room too. Make sure y'all share the rooms. We got over 130 people in here, but only 60 shares. Let's get them shares up, y'all. Let's get them at least to 80. You know what I'm saying? Let's get those at least up to 80. I would like if the shares reach 100, but let's at least get those shares up to 80, right? Continue to share the room. Continue to ping people to the room. You know, and let's have this discussion, man. You know, we touched upon, understanding Paul, but let's now talk about oral traditions, right? Oral traditions and doctrines of men, right? Let me get Titus 1 and 15, Baba Kashaw.
It's the book of Titus, chapter 1 and verse 15. Unto the pure, all things are pure, but unto them that are defiled and unbelieving is nothing pure, but even their mind and conscience is defiled.
Right? So when you think of the impure things, when you move with impure intentions, right, your conscience even itself is defiled. Read on.
Verse 16. They profess that they know God, but in works they deny him, being abominable and disobedient unto every good work, reprobate. That's it on that.
Read that one more time.
Titus chapter 1 and verse 16. They profess that they know God, but in works they deny him, being abominable and disobedient, and unto every good work, reprobate.
And it's every good work reprobate, right? Go back to verse 13, King Salakia.
Titus chapter 1 and verse 13. This witness is true, wherefore rebuke them sharply, that they may be sound in the faith.
Right? We try to keep people sound in the faith. So what we do, we rebuke them sharply. Come on.
Verse 14, not giving heed to Jewish fables and commandments of men that
Not
turn from the truth,
not giving heed to what?
not giving heed to Jewish fables and commandments of men that turn from the truth. Unto the pure, all things are pure,
Wait,
but unto them that
read that verse one more time, right? Because that's what I want you to really focus on. Not giving heed to Jewish fables, right? The oral traditions that they say they do off of the Talmud, aka the Talmud, and other Jewish practices, those Jewish fables, we're not supposed to give heed to those, man. right? And the commandments of men, other foreign doctrines, man. Read on. Read that one more time.
Con. Titus chapter 1 and verse 14, not giving heed to Jewish fables and commandments of men that turn from the truth. Unto the pure, all things are pure, but unto them that are defiled and unbelieving is nothing pure, but even their mind and conscience is defiled. They profess that they know God, but in works they deny him, being abominable and disobedient, and unto every good work reprobate.
You see that? To every good work reprobate, right? They think they are preaching God, but they're disobedient, man. They're disobedient to the Father. They turn away from the truth. It was the truth, the law, statutes, and commandments, the Torah. This is where you get your truth from. This is where you get your doctrine from, right? Let me get Sirach 19 and 19, King.
The
Ecclesiastes in the Apocrypha.
book of Sirach, chapter, what was it chapter
19 and verse 19.
19 and 19. The knowledge of the commandments of the Lord is the doctrine of life, and they that do things that please him shall receive the fruit of the tree of immortality.
Right? The doctrine of life is the law, statutes, and commandments. And when you listen to that, when you follow that, that becomes the key to immortality. Read that again.
Book of Sirach, chapter 19 and 19. The knowledge of the commandments of the Lord is the doctrine of life, and they that do things that please him shall receive the fruit of the tree of immortality.
Right? If you do things to please the Most High God, which is keep the law, statutes, and commandments. So if you got a person that's trying to teach against that, know that they're trying to teach against the Most High God, and they're trying to kill you and not give you eternal life. Kai?
Con,
Because that's the doctrine of immortality, man. That is the doctrine that we go by. So I don't know what kind of oral traditions, what kind of doctrines of man, what kind of fake gospel these people trying to kick. If it doesn't match, thus saith the Lord, then it's out of here. Let me get Isaiah 8 and 20, King.
the book of Isaiah, chapter 8 and verse 20. To the law and the testimony, if they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light in them.
If they don't speak according to this word, right? The law, statutes, and commandments, the prophecies that's in the Bible, thus saith Lord. If they don't speak according to those words, that's because there's no light in them, right? And what is the light? Who know what the light is, man?
Proverbs 6 and 23.
Bring it out.
It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 6 and 23. For the commandment is a lamp, and the law is light, and reproofs of instruction are the way of life.
So the law is light. Plain and simple. The law is light, right? Let me get Genesis 1 and 1.
It's the book of Genesis, chapter 1 and 1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light. And there was light.
And there was what?
And there was light.
And there was law and order. There was darkness. There was chaos, right? That's what that really means. It's not talking about light like you see in the sky, because that type of light came on the fourth day, not the first day. Jump to verse 14.
Genesis chapter 1 and verse 14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years.
So this is the type of light people thinking about when they say the Most High God said, "Let there be light." And when you actually look at that word, it's not really God as in Yahweh. It says Alahayim. That means the angelic forces being led by Yahweh Shai said, "Let there be light, let there be order." But the light that people think about in that part of Genesis, when he says, "Let there be light," they think about the sun. No, it's not talking about the sun. It's talking about order. It's talking about order. Go back to Genesis 1:1 and read that again. All right?
Genesis 1 and 1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light.
You see that? And there was light. Read on.
And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness.
He divided the light from the darkness, man. He divided the order from the chaos. This is what we bring. This is what Yahweh Shai manifests in the flesh. He is the light. He is the living embodiment of the law because the law is light, right? This is why you can't separate the two. You can't separate Christ from the law. Separating Christ from the law is separating him from being the light of this world, man.
Precept.
Hold on, before you pull that precept, let's get Isaiah 60 and start at verse 1.
Isaiah 60 and verse 1. And it reads, "Arise, shine, for thy light is come,
For thy
and
what
the
has come?
arise, shine, for thy light is come,
For that light
and the
has that order, right? That order, the law. Read on.
and the glory of the Lord is risen upon thee. For behold, the darkness shall cover the earth, and gross darkness the people, but the Lord shall arise upon thee, and his glory shall be seen upon thee."
So the Lord's glory shall be seen upon thee. How is that? When you keeping the law, when you rocking your fringes, when you keeping the Passover, when you everything you do is thus saith the Lord, when you not committing adultery on your brothers or hating them in their heart, when you keeping the other nations in order by laws, statutes, and commandments. This is how the light shall be shine again, because right now, what? The earth became covered in darkness again, like it was covered in darkness in the time of Genesis. Con?
Con.
Now the whole earth is covered in darkness, and it's gross darkness to people. When now we have the light, right? Bring out your precept, King.
Matthew chapter 5 and verse 16, and it reads, "Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven."
Right, because when you let your light shine, it's not talking about a light as in the physical light being bright. No, it's talking about let your good works show through keeping the law, statutes, and commandments. Those are your good works, right? That's what it says in I believe it's Romans chapter
Ex-
6, verse 12. Let's read that.
Con, Romans chapter 7, he said 12 or 14.
12.
All right, 12. "Wherefore the law is holy, and the commandment holy, and just and good."
You see that? So the good works is keeping the law. So it says, let your light shine before men so your good works could show. But what is good? The law is good. It's holy and it's just and it's good. Thus saith the Lord, man. That's the wisdom that Paul was bringing to us. You know, how we should be keeping the light and keeping it in a reasonable way where it's not oppressing our own people. That's what Paul brought to us, right? And, you know, he was a minister to our people that was speaking in other languages because he was a well learned man. Let's not get it twisted. Paul never went against the law because going against the law would be going against the light and being part of darkness. Christ cannot go against the law. Christ was the living embodiment of the law. He kept the law completely. He was perfect and unblemished in it. This is why he was the light too. He could never go against the law because going against the law would be going against the light, and there was no darkness in Yahushua. Khan,
Con, precept.
bring it out.
Book of Matthew, John, chapter 12, and verse 49. And it reads, "For I have not spoken of myself, but the Father which sent me, he gave me a commandment, what I should say and what I should speak. And I know that his commandment is life everlasting. Whatsoever I speak, therefore, even as the Father said unto me, so I speak."
Right. So Yahweh Shai was getting his orders straight from the Father. This is why he had the light in him. Let me get John 8 and 12, King.
It's the book of John, chapter 8, and verse 12. And it reads, "Then spake Jesus again unto them, saying, I am the light of the world. He that followeth me shall not walk in darkness, but shall have the light of life."
You see that? We shall not walk in darkness. We shall not walk in confusion, chaos, and wickedness. But we shall follow the light, right? And what was the tree of immortality? The laws, statutes, and commandments of the Most High God. That is the light. That's how you bring life to this world, by following the law. Khan, if y'all following me and what I'm saying, let me get a 777 in the chat. If y'all see how these scriptures is linking up. This is the light that was brought forth. This is how you make your Bruce Leroy glow get up on you, right? Your soul,
Con,
right? If Bruce Leroy and Soul Glow had a damn baby, this would be you, right? If you let your light shine before men, because this is the light that Yahweh Shah was talking about. That law is the light, right? So let me get Proverbs 6 and 23 one more time, King.
con. It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 6 and 23. "For the commandment is a lamp, and the law is light. The reproofs of instruction are the way of life."
You see, that is the way of life, because the law is light. Now give me John 8 and 12 again.
It's the book of John, chapter 8, and verse 12. "Then spake Jesus again unto them, saying, I am the light of the world. He that followeth me shall not walk in darkness, but shall have the light of life."
You see that? You see how the light is always compared to having life? And Yahushua said he's the light of this world because he's keeping that law to perfection. Yahushua was keeping that law to perfection. That's what made him the light of the world. This is why the light was in him. And you cannot separate the two. You cannot separate Yahushua from the law because that'd be removing the light from him. And that's blasphemous to even say. We got to get it together, Israel, right? Let me get Baruch, Ak. We get Baruch 4 and 1.
Gotcha. The book of Baruch, chapter 4, and verse 1. "This is the book of the commandments of God and the law that endureth forever. All that keep it shall come to life, but such as leave it shall die."
You see that? It's saying the commandments of the Lord is what gives you life, right? Because it's the light that leads you out of darkness, leads you out of death, right? Leads you out of confusion, chaos, drama, depression, right? All the things that come with wickedness, man. Read on.
Verse 2. "Turn thee, O Jacob, and take hold of it. Walk in the presence of the light thereof, that you mayest be illuminated."
You see that? When you take hold of the law, right, you take hold of the light thereof. Why is the law always being compared to light? Because the law is the light. And this is how you become illuminated. Illuminated is what? When you have that glow to you, when you have that shine to you, right? This is what it means to have the glow. You have to have the light. You got to be keeping the law. You become illuminated, right? Not the fake Illuminati. We're talking about the real illuminated ones. We are the real illuminated ones. Once we keep the law, statutes, and commandments. Read on.
Salakia. This is the book of Baruch, chapter 4 and verse 3. Give not thine honor to another, nor the things that are profitable unto thee to a strange nation. O Israel, happy are we, for things that are pleasing to God are made known to us.
You see that? Things that are pleasing to God are made known to us. And what is pleasing to God? The laws, statutes, and commandments. That's what's pleasing to God, right? And you Israelites gotta know the deal, man. You Israelites gotta follow these laws, statutes, and commandments. And don't give what belongs to us to another nation, man. We got that rulership. We got that understanding, right? So this is how we gotta rule with that rod of iron. Kai,
Precept, right?
bring it.
I got Philippians 2 and 15. That you may be blameless and harmless, the sons of God without rebuke, in the midst of a crooked and perverse nation, among whom you shine as lights in the world.
Great precept, King. Y'all see how everything is lining up? All praises to the Most High God. Hey, Salakia, y'all, give me a second. Over here with the baby girl, right quick. Little mama with me. So y'all give me 1 second. You could go back to Isaiah 60 and read from verse 1 to verse 12.
Uh, Isaiah chapter 60 and verse 1, and that reads, Arise, shine, for thy light is come, and the glory of the Lord is risen upon thee. For behold, the darkness shall cover the earth, and gross darkness the people. But the Lord shall arise upon thee, and his glory shall be seen upon thee. And the Gentiles shall come to thy light, and kings to the brightness of thy rising. Lift up thine eyes round about, and see, all they gather themselves together. They come to thee, thy sons shall come from far, and thy daughters shall be nursed at thy side. And thou shalt see and flow together, and thine heart shall fear and be enlarged, because the abundance of the sea shall be converted unto thee. The forces of the Gentiles shall come unto thee. The multitude of camels shall cover thee, the dromedaries of Midian and Ephah. All they from Sheba shall come. They shall bring gold and incense, and they shall show forth praises of the Lord. All the flocks of Kedar shall be gathered together unto thee. The rams of Naboth shall minister unto thee. They shall come up with acceptance on mine altar, and I will glorify the house of my glory. Who are these that fly as a cloud, and the doves to their windows? Surely the isles shall wait for me, and the ships of Tarshish first, to bring thy sons from far, their silver and gold with them, unto the name of the Lord thy God, and to the Holy One of Israel, because he hath glorified thee. And the sons of strangers shall build up thy walls, and their kings shall minister unto thee. For in my wrath I smote thee, but in my favor have I had mercy on thee. Therefore thy gates shall be open continually, they shall not be shut day nor night, that men may bring unto thee the forces of the Gentiles, and that their kings may be brought. For the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish. Yea, those nations shall be utterly wasted.
So you can see the nation and kingdom that doesn't submit to us, right? and don't want to keep our laws, statutes, and commandments as we dictate as rulers, when we bring the light and destroy all the darkness, right? They will not be able to function because we'll be ruling over them with the rod of iron and we will destroy them. Thus saith the Lord. Yahweh is going to destroy them for us because Yahweh set us up to be the light which takes everything up out of the darkness. And what is the light? The law, statutes, and commandments. That's why the law is so important because the law was given out from the days of Genesis and through the prophecy is going to be continued on this earth way after the days of Revelation. Khan?
Con.
So y'all continue to share the room, right? It's been a positive lesson, you know. Anybody else with any questions, comments, Bible verses, you're welcome to hit the stage. Or if you are at slavery, you can send me a message and ask a question, you know. But this is your kosher breakfast. Now going on to your kosher brunch. Precepts on you for you to munch, man. Better than lunch. Let's get it, y'all.
Got a quick precept on what we just read out.
Come, bring it out, King.
First Kings chapter 4 and verse 20. It says, Judah and Israel were many as the sand which is by the sea in multitude, eating and drinking and making merry. And Solomon reigned over all kingdoms, from the river unto the land of the Philistines, and unto the border of Egypt. They brought presents and served Solomon all the days of his life. So this is a prefiguring of exactly what is going to be in the kingdom. Going to be ruling over all of these nations, and they are going to be bringing their forces for the Israelites.
Con, get Psalms 2 and 8 and match that with Revelations 2 and
2 and
20.
26.
Con.
Uh, uh, uh. Psalms 2, 8. Ask of me, and I shall give thee the heathen for thine inheritance, and the uttermost parts of the earth for thy possession. Thou shalt break them with a rod of iron, and shalt dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. Revelation 2 and 26. And he that overcometh and keepeth my works until the end, to him will I give power over the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron. As the vessels of a potter shall they be broken to shivers, even as I received of my Father.
Con, obvious rulership for Israelites. You know what I'm saying? It don't get more simpler than that. It's playing upon tables, y'all. Playing upon tables, right? So, you know, like I told y'all from before, most likely I'll be shutting down this room like around 1 o'clock. It is 12:10 right now. So if anybody got any questions, comments, Bible verses, let me know. If not, I yield the floor to the rest of the brothers, see if any brothers got anything else you want to bring out according to the subject. Then I yield. Hey, Salakia, let me get the book of Revelations, right? Let me get chapter 22 and start at verse 1.
Revelation 22 and 1. And he showed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of God and of the Lamb. In the midst of the street of it, and on either side of the river, was there the tree of life, which bare 12 manner of fruits, and yielded her fruit every month. And the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations.
Because a lot of people don't realize that we're gonna be on top, and us being on top, Barakatah, gorgeous. Um, us being on top is gonna be the healing of the nations, man. Right? Because look at the earth right now. Everything is chaos. Everything is war. Everything is perversion. Everything is pollution. So when we get on top and set things aright, we're gonna be for the healing of the nations. Kai,
Ah,
a lot of people don't know when we domesticate these other nations, right? We're gonna domesticate them in the kingdom of heaven in chains, right? With us in rulership, right? Read on.
so verse 3. And there shall be no more curse, for the throne of God and of the Lamb shall be in it, and his servants shall serve him, and they shall see his face, and his name shall be in their foreheads.
You see
And
that?
there shall be,
It said the servants of God shall serve him, man, and his name shall be in their foreheads. What does that mean? Like a Mike Tyson tattoo on your face? Nah, I don't mean that. And who are the servants of God? Hold what you got right there, Ak. Hey, little mama. Let me hold that and let me get Romans 9 and 4.
it's the book of Romans, chapter 9, and verse 4, who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoption, and the glory, and the covenants, and the giving of the law, and the service of God, and the promises, whose are the fathers, and of whom, as concerning the flesh, Christ came, who is over all, God bless forever. Amen.
Read that again, Ak.
Romans 9 and 4, who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoption, and the glory, and the covenants, and the giving of the law, and the service of God,
In the service of
and
God, right? When God said his servants shall serve him with his name, with their names on his forehead, with his name on their foreheads, he's referring to the Israelites, right? Because we're the only ones that are supposed to serve the Most High God. We serve God, and the other nations serve us, right? Go back to Revelations where you was at, right? And show
Con,
that service of God, right? The Israelites are the service of God, right? Read that again.
Revelation, Revelation 22 and 3, and there shall be no more curse, but the throne of God and of the Lamb shall be in it, and his servants shall serve him, and they shall see his face, and his name shall be in their foreheads, and there shall be no night there. They need no candle, neither light of the sun, for the Lord God giveth them light, and they shall reign forever and ever.
You see that? We're going to have the light, which is the law. We shall reign forever and ever, right? Go to Revelations 14 and start at verse 1.
Revelations chapter 14, verse 1. And I looked, and lo, a lamb stood on the Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having the Father's name written in their foreheads. And I heard a voice from heaven, as the voice of many waters, and as the voice of a great thunder. And I heard the voice of the harpers harping with their harps. And they sung as it were a new song before the throne, and before the four beasts and the elders. And no man could learn that song but the 144,000 which were redeemed from the earth.
You see that? The
The,
144,000, right, with the Father's name in their foreheads, these are the chosen and the elect of the nation of Israel, right? And these are going to be the ones that serving God and ruling, the ruling class of the Israelites, and the Israelites are going to be ruling the earth. But these are the ruling class of the Israelites. Let's get Revelation 7 and 4.
the book of Revelation, chapter 7, and verse 4. And I heard the number of them which were sealed, and there were sealed 144,000 of all the tribes of the children of Israel.
Of who?
Of all the tribes of the children of Israel.
See, all the tribes of the children of Israel is going to be the 144,000. Now let's go back to Ezekiel chapter 9, verse 4, because these are how they get selected, right? This is how they get selected to be part of the 144,000 that have the Most High names written in their foreheads. And no, we're not talking about a damn face tattoo like you see on Mike Tyson, right? Or the game or Lil Wayne. We're talking about the seal of the Most High God in their foreheads, talking about willing to obey the Most High God. That's all they think about. Kai,
Ah,
right? Let me get that in Ezekiel 9 and
it's the book of Ezekiel, chapter 9, and verse 4. And the Lord said unto him, go through the midst of the city, through the midst of Jerusalem, and set a mark upon the foreheads of the men that sigh and that cry for all the abominations that be done in the midst thereof. Verse 5. And to the others he said in my hearing, go after him through the city and smite. Let not your eye spare, neither have ye pity. Slay utterly old and young, both maids and little children and women, but come not near any man upon whom is the mark, and begin at my sanctuary. Then they began at the ancient men which were before the house.
right. You see that? So the men that's crying and sighing for the abominations thereof, and willing to go out and smite, like for the Most High God, on order. That's how they're gonna be selected for the 144,000. And when they say sigh and cry, they're not talking about weeping like some childish or effeminate men. No, not talking about that. When they say sigh and cry, they're talking about cry aloud and rebuking. Let's get that in Isaiah 58 and 1.
It's the book of Isaiah, chapter 58, and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgression, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Read that one more time, King Salakia.
Isaiah 58 and 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgression, and the house of Jacob their sins.
In the house of Jacob, their sins. This is what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be sighing and crying, but cry aloud and spare not. Not crying like boohoo crying. Even though there's nothing wrong for you to cry for your nation, because Yahushua cried for Lazarus. That's the shortest Bible verse. Jesus wept. So there's nothing wrong for you to get pain in your chest for your people, and sympathize with them and empathize with them, and shed a tear for all the struggles y'all go through. But we're not talking about some type of effeminate, being a crybaby spirit. Nah, we talking about men that go out there and want our people to change. So we rebuke them and tell them to turn away from their transgressions and sins. Khan, you understand that? If you understand that, let me get a tree in the group chat. Right? Let me get a 333 if y'all understand where I'm coming from, and how the elect is sealed, and how we supposed to be out here pushing the light, which is the law, throughout this dark place. Con, if y'all get what I'm saying, man. Because this is the purpose of us going out and teaching. This is the purpose of us being on Clubhouse and teaching to bring the light to our people because we are in darkness, man. Like the blind gropeth in darkness. Let me get Deuteronomy 28 and 28 out.
It's the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28 and verse 28. The Lord shall smite thee with madness and blindness and astonishment of heart.
Right? The Most High God has smitten a lot of our people with madness and blindness and astonishment of heart, right? Read on.
Verse 29. And thou shalt grope at noonday as the blind gropeth in darkness, and thou shalt not
As the
prosper
blind gropeth in what?
in darkness, and thou shalt not,
And thou shalt not what?
and thou shalt not prosper in thy ways, and thou shalt be only oppressed and spoiled evermore, and no man shall save thee.
You see that? So we in a position where a lot of our people is in darkness and they're oppressed and they're crushed and they're destroyed, right? They're in the dark spot, they're in a dark place. So it's up to us to bring them the light. It's up to us to guide them with the light and guide them to where? Yahweh shot. So you can't have one without the other because we need to guide people out the light. I mean, we need to guide people out of darkness using the light, which is the law, and bring them to Yahweh Shai. And if we do a great job at that, we get selected with the Most High God, you know what I'm saying, the mark on our foreheads to become the 144,000. That's why you see brothers going hard, man. Everybody wants to be elected in that number. I did not put myself in that number, man, but we all going for our crown. And we all want to see our people do better. Because what? We are in darkness right now, right? And we are oppressed and crushed evermore. Read that again and start at verse 29.
It's the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28 and 29. And thou shalt grope at noonday as the blind gropeth in darkness, and thou shalt not prosper in thy ways, and thou shalt only be oppressed and spoiled evermore, and no man shall save thee.
And when they say no man shall save you, right? It's talking about you can't rely on man. You can't rely on modern man. You got to rely on thus saith the Lord. That's going to save you. The faith and the works, the commandments and the faith in Yahweh Shai. That's what's going to save you. So you could be prosperous. Because it says you just won't be prosperous when you're in the darkness. But let's see how you become prosperous. Let's get Joshua 1 and start at verse 7.
It's the book of Joshua, chapter 1 and verse 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law which Moses my servant commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest.
So they be
This
so what?
not to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest.
And that's how you prosper wherever you go, right? By keeping the law, statutes, and commandments, man. It's very simple, man. Oh, the Bible lines up and it's harmonic. It's complete harmony, man. Right? Let me get a couple more, and I'm gonna start winding it down, Israel.
It's more than that.
There's more on that? All right, bring it
Yeah.
out.
Verse 8, this book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do all that is written therein. For then you shall make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, King. Yeah, the water for reading the rest of that. because that definitely landed me back on what exactly I was trying to bring out for the audience. All praises to the Most High.
Con.
So, like I said, a couple more Bible verses, and then I'm winding it down, y'all. I got some business to attend to. The water for joining me for this kosher breakfast, man. I appreciate all y'all. You know, feeding the sheep isn't an easy thing. So, just thank the Most High God that I got this platform, that we all have this platform with Clubhouse, where, these scriptures that come out, man. All praises.
Got a precept,
All right, bring it out.
Isaiah chapter 34 and 16. Seek you out of the book of the Lord and read. No one of these shall fail, none shall want her mate. For my mouth it hath commanded, and his spirit it hath gathered them.
God. From his mouth is commanded, and from the spirit we are gathered, man. Right? Because these words that we speak in spirit. Let me get John 6 and 63 right quick.
Huh? This is the book of John, chapter 6 and 63. It is the spirit that quickeneth, the flesh profiteth nothing. The words that I speak unto you, they are spirit, and they are life.
You see that? The words from the gospel, the words of the Most High God, the words of Yahushua, they are spirit and they are life. Right? So this is what we came to do. We came.
Got a quick precept, just on a
Can you
topic.
hear me?
I think you went into the matrix for a quick second. I wasn't quite sure because you muted up, but I think you went into the matrix right before.
Yeah, yeah. All right, bring out your precept, and then my final verse for the day is going to be my final two verses is going to be John 10 and 10, then Ecclesiastes 12 and 13. But bring out what you
Uh,
got.
all right, yeah, I was gonna go into Acts 26 and 22 just to show that Paul was only doing what we were talking about all day. Acts 26 and 22, having therefore obtained help of God, I continue unto this day, witnessing both to small and great, saying none other things than those which the prophets and Moses did say should come.
God. No other thing besides the prophets and Moses should come, right? So he basically was teaching the law, statutes, and commandments in the prophecies. Like you said, the same thing was doing all day, but Certain people, they beg to differ, man. Certain people beg to differ. So, but what we doing? We going by thus saith the Lord, man. A lot of people be lying on Paul. They got to stop that.
I got that John 10 and 10 for you when you ready.
Yeah, bring that out.
The book of John, chapter 10 and 10, the thief cometh not, but for to steal and to kill and to destroy. I am come that they might have life and that they might have it more abundantly.
Right? We want to give you life and give it more abundance. And this is the key of life right now, right? We get Ecclesiastes 12 and 13.
Huh? It's the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring into every For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
Right? That was 12 and 13.
Oh, Salaki, I got started at 13. Let me start from 12. It says, and further by these, my son, be admonished, of making many books there is no end, and much study is a weariness of the flesh. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man.
That's what? The whole duty of man. Fearing God and keeping the commandments, man. So we're saying that, y'all. Peace and blessings, Yasha Allah. I'm shutting down the kosher breakfast, man. You can take your plates to go. This is your to go plate right now. I got other business to handle today, man. But I still got a lot of love for you, Yasha Allah. Peace and blessings, right? Make sure y'all follow the room for more rooms that's going to open up later on this week. I got a lot to talk about this week. I just had to get the doctrines out of the way, man. Kwam Yasharala.
Come here, Shalom.
Shalawam Yasha Allah. Barakatah Yasha Allah. Habatah Yasha Allah, man. Shalom.